Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to the 2025 USA Powerlifting Collegiate National Championships. Today is Friday. Today is day 2 of 4. We saw some excellent lifting yesterday, and I know that we will see some even more excellent lifting today from tons of the nation's best collegiate lifters who have all gathered here today to compete both for individual and team glory. We'll have to wait around until the end of the day to see who comes out on top and who contributes points for their total team score. Team awards will be awarded at the end of the weekend. My name is Tia, and I'm so excited to be your commentator today. This first session that we have this morning, we're going to start off with athletes from 3 weight classes, including women's raw 65 and men's equipped 67.5 and 75. Lifting has officially started on all 4 platforms. We are starting, of course, as customary with the squat. Alrighty, so on platform 3, it looks like we have Matthew getting ready to go with a 165 opener from Sam Houston, competing in that men's equipped 67.5. Alex opening on 4 with almost 400 pounds. Makes that look like easy work. Kind of looks like a warm-up weight a little bit there. 2 to 1, maybe a little bit lower on that left-hand side, Judge. That's what that red card is for. As lifters come up to do their squats, you will see that they are receiving red and white lights. They need 2 of 3 or 3 of 3 white lights for the lift to be considered a good lift. If the lifter is given a red light indicating that the judge thought the lift was poor or should not count, the judge will also indicate a color card indicating what infraction the lifter had occurred in their squat that causes that lift to be disqualified in that opinion of that judge. On squat, the most common thing that you're going to see is obvious failure to complete the lift. That would be a yellow card, and then red cards will be given for failure to reach depth. That hip crease does have to be below the knee, so make sure these lifters, as you're watching them, are going low enough. Kevin on 4, nice casual 400-pound lift, 182.5 kilos. Three white lights for Savannah on 1 as well. You'll see right away, you'll notice on platform 3, Edward is one of our first athletes of the day that has elected to use that racks in position. Athletes do have complete control over whether they would like that rack in or rack out position. They choose that when they set their rack heights, which is determined usually at weigh-in or equipment check. So for many of these athletes, they did weigh-in and equipment check on Wednesday night. And that racks in position simply just is a personal preference and can be used to help make sure that the lifter doesn't hit the racks on the walkout. It does make the height slightly different, but if the lifter's used to training with that, it's good for them to use that in the competition as well. Trevor coming out in that equipped 75 at that 192.5 over on platform 4. Now in this men's equipped 67.5 category, I think it's going to be a good competition today. We have 6 of 10 top 10 finishers from last year returning, with 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place, all with those 3 medalists, and then additionally our 6th, 7th, and 10th place finishers are all back again this year as well.
Good morning, here in Oklahoma City with you. Happy to be joining you for day 2. I am Bryce Lewis. I've been behind the scenes running this live stream and excited to join you and chat about some lifting.
Yeah, and if anything goes wrong with the live stream, I would like to point out now that it's not my fault, it's Bryce's fault.
Yeah, so I've got one eye over here in the corner. We got Penn State and Navy over on platforms 1 and 2. Ava and Abby taking their opening attempts. Good opening speed there for Abby. Nice moderate stance width. And blasting up is Ava Reel.
Yeah.
Great opening squat.
Very strong opener for Ava. She'll probably go up quite a bit.
Typically at weights like this, we're seeing somewhere around 5 to 10 kilos jump sizes between attempts. Here comes Briley Thogmorton, 130 opener. Really big opener for a 65 kilo athlete. As one of your teammates, Rayleigh from Concordia, takes her opener at 110 kilos.
You have Mason and Andrew getting ready to go over on 3 and 4. Both of them in that equipped category. Andrew electing in that equipped category to use just the knee sleeves as opposed to the knee wraps. Oh, he does receive that re-rack
I think
command.
he's raw, totally raw. That's an A7 singlet over there.
Yeah, you're right. He does have just a regular singlet on, not that squat suit. That maybe he was just trying to get an opener in before he puts his equipment on, or he might be competing raw today in the equipped category. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, you're right. We do see people sometimes, decide to just do one of the lifts equipped or open raw and then switch to equipment after that. More common on bench press than squat, but we do see it sometimes.
Yeah, and sometimes if that athlete just maybe hasn't had enough training coming into the competition or opportunities to train with that equipment, they might like to open in a raw, or they might, you're right, just do that one lift equipped. Maybe they might just do bench equipped just because that bench equipment does make such a difference.
Coming into the start of second attempts on platform 1, I got to tell you, it's so cool to see the range of colleges here. People are coming from all across the nation to compete. The energy here, just Collegiate Nationals is so special because of this kind of team atmosphere. The teams are here, they're cheering loud, they have kind of their own little internal language, their own cheers, their own culture. It's just amazing.
Yeah, and it is 8 in the morning, so right now the teams are a little bit calmer still because they're kind of waking up still from a late night last night after cheering on all their teammates all day yesterday. But as the day goes on, that energy will really build from all the teams moving into that bench press and that deadlift. And even as we move towards those third attempts on squat, they'll start to cheer for their teammates to hit those PRs.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, with 2-hour weigh-in, these athletes are weighing in at 6 a.m. this morning. Equipment check at 5 a.m. Oof.
Yeah, that is a 5 a.m. equipment check is brutal. That's why a lot of the teams and athletes did elect to choose that early equipment check on Wednesday night.
I want to look at Maylee's squat here. Yeah, she did cut that high on platform 2. Looks like the strength was not an issue, just an issue of kind of practicing to depth and making sure you come out here and do the same thing. So she knows what she has to correct. We'll see if she can do it on her second attempt.
Yeah, and usually when athletes mace their openers on depth, they are able to come back and get that second attempt because openers, when they pick the openers, they're usually kind of a weight that they can do on any given day, even if they're feeling sick or not the greatest. So we really hope that they can all come out and hit their openers, and if they don't, they should be able to come out and nail it on the second one.
Mm-hmm. Catherine on platform 1. Strong walkout. Another case of potentially cutting depth there. Yeah, 2-1 there. She did get one white light from a side. There is a chance you can go to the jury, up to the coaches to be active on that.
Yeah, so you actually can go to that jury to challenge those lifts if you kind of disagree with that call a little bit. We said it a couple times yesterday on the live stream, but you are unlikely to get that call overturned because the jury is made up of different judges than the platform judges, but they have the same training and the same certifications to judge, so they'll most likely agree with the platform judges. But sometimes it can't hurt to ask, especially on a 2-1 lift, because those are free for you to challenge.
Mm-hmm. So fast descent and a hard stick there for Catherine.
We have Daniel from Oregon on platform 4, really setting himself in, trying to make sure he has that bar in the exact right position for his squat. It's so important for the athletes as they're coming out to just really make sure that they set themselves up in that same position every time to make their squats routine and make sure that they can hold their balance and bracing as they perform their squat. And that was an excellent example of that. He made easy work of that opener, and that should be a good lift.
I will be handing my seat over to Anderson, who's been behind the scenes doing photography. So he'll be joining you in a second. I won't say too much to ruin the surprise, but the energy will certainly wake you guys up. All right, talk to you guys soon.
All right, thank you, Bryce, for joining us for a minute or two. Always good to have that expert commentary from these hard workers here behind the scenes at USA Powerlifting. Everybody back here working on that live stream, they really know what they're doing and they really know what's going on. We're trying our best to make it a good experience for you guys watching at home, as well as those who are in the arena. And Catherine, she made that 107 move really fast. Let's see if the judges liked it, and they did. She does get 3 white lights. She seemed like she leaned a little bit far forward, but she got the depth required, so that's all right. And Daniel coming out to a 217 opener on platform 4. Oh, I'm sorry. This is Alex. That LiftingCast is a little bit behind. Alex is doing 192.5. He sank that to depth. He got himself stuck in that bottom hole position a little bit. Sometimes when you're squatting, it can be hard just to break that parallel if you go beneath it. And that is required for depth, is to get your hip hinge below that knee crease. But it can be hard to get back up that. So he did well to fight through that bottom position.
All right, and we got a new commentator. My name is Anderson, guys. It's very nice to meet y'all. I'll be doing the commentary for this morning.
And we're so glad to have Anderson here. I think he's going to do a great job today. He's going to provide some fresh insight as he...
Thank you. I know nothing about this sport. I just go in the gym and lift heavy, you know. But I know this. That's the sound of a white monster. We're good. That's all I need.
So we are moving really fast on the day with both platform 3 and 4 already on those second attempts.
We got Miss Ostermeyer, platform 1. Madison coming out with some energy. Okay. Was this her second squat? Yeah, she got this.
Fight.
Might call her on depth. I think
got
she's
it up.
good. I know yeah. It's been real strict. Okay.
Ray
Ostermeyer seems good, yeah.
made that 117.5 seem easy.
And still called it. Man.
Oh.
Yeah.
She got the yellow lights there. I'm guessing she maybe just didn't follow the rack command after that squat, because that squat did look really easy.
Yeah.
She does have her opener, so it is up to them to go up. Knowing the strategy of the coaches for Concordia, I don't think she will go up, just because they like to get every kilo they can as a sure thing on those totals. It looks like something interesting about platform 1 is this first flight seems to be a little bit of a smaller flight, a couple less athletes in it. That's why they have made it to that third attempt already ahead of those other platforms. And that can be a little bit hard for the athletes. It has a little bit less time in between lifts.
Yeah.
So you have to do your maximal efforts closer to each other. The maximum flight size is 15 at a USA Powerlifting National Championship, or at least for this one. So it's not like it's too much smaller, but it is probably it's almost half the size of that.
I never even thought about that. See, you know so much about the sport that I don't.
Yeah, In my opinion, as an athlete, I do kind of prefer those longer flights.
You do?
Yeah.
Oh no. When I'm competing, I honestly, I just want to get it over with. My nerves get the best of me, and like I just want to get that first squat out the way, get the nerves done, and then I just want to get through the day. I just want to just rapid fire.
When you do have those longer flights, you kind of can take that second to pull your knee sleeves down, talk to your coach. You can kind of adjust your wrist wraps. Sometimes the wrist wraps can cut off the circulation a little bit if you have them on tight, so you might like to leave them off for a couple minutes before you put them back on.
Oh, Catherine on one got a correction? Got you.
Yeah, and you just saw Catherine on platform 1 who had missed that second lift and attempted it again, and she got red lighted on that second lift, but she came out and she showed the judges that she really was perfectly capable of that, repeating it for her third attempt and getting that easily. Going to see a lot of that today is athletes that maybe miss a lift and then come out to do it again and just make it look like it is the easiest thing in the world. And part of that is because if they miss a lift on their first or second, they really are kind of a little bit of an easier or more manageable weight for that athlete. And the other part of that is sometimes when you miss a lift and you have another lift remaining, it just makes you as an athlete angry. And when you come out to do your squat or your bench angry, you just kind of have a little bit more adrenaline and you can push through it easier than maybe your first attempt where you were a little bit nervous or maybe not warmed up quite enough.
I see that. I definitely
Mason on platform 3. He missed his opener. It looked high.
Yeah, that one was a little bit high as well.
The judges did give him red and blue lights. That center judge with that blue light for that up and down, but the two side judges both said depth. He'll have to try and come out and fight through that to get a squat and record a total on the day.
There you go, Olivia.
Daniel had to fight a little bit for that 232.5.
Marley with a textbook squat. Should be good.
Yeah, so you said that you train in the gym. Do you compete?
Yeah, I did CNATs last year in Atlanta, but I honestly have not competed since then. And, you know, college, work, all that stuff like that. So just slowly getting back into the gym.
Sure.
Yeah.
Did you compete in that raw or equipped?
Raw. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Savannah should be good, but we'll see what they call.
Several of our co-commentators that we did have yesterday were some of our equipped lifters from some of the categories. So we learned a lot about our equipped lifting yesterday. I personally am a raw lifter, so I'm not the most well-versed in equipped lifting, but I do know enough about it to know the general technical basis. One of those athletes is on platform 3. His name is Julian. He was back here yesterday commentating with us and providing his insight on that aspect of equipped lifting. He is out there today just to get some team points for his team because that team competition will be so tight.
What did he say about the equipped? Like, what was like the knowledge that he dropped?
Yeah, so he was talking about the different squat suits that they use and how different squat suits with different stitching patterns can cause different tightnesses for the athlete, and they have to train in the different suits and figure out which one works best for their leverages. And also they were talking about when you do the knee wraps, there are different styles of it and different thicknesses and lengths, kind of similar to how the knee sleeves in raw lifting can be different thicknesses or stiffnesses. But they were talking about how sometimes it's easier to time out in equipped lifting since they have to fiddle with that equipment so much in between the lifts.
Yeah. I noticed a little bit of that walking
talked about
around.
having to fight against the suit or kind of stretch it out a little bit just to be able to hit that depth on squat or get all the way down to that chest on bench press.
Yeah, I can imagine.
You'll see with some of these equipped lifters, it kind of becomes a pattern where the downward part of the squat might be slower than the upward part just because they have to go down so slow to stretch against that equipped suit to make sure that they hit that depth.
Kevin fighting through that squat.
Yeah, that was a solid fight for that third attempt, and he's rewarded with 3 white lights for that at that 192.5. Yeah, and we did see Kevin. He came out and did that 190 for his second, and you just saw him fight for that 192 and a half. It was a really wise decision to pick that 192 and a half. As an athlete, you kind of don't want to take the 2.5 kilo jumps. You want to have a little bit of pride and put some more kilos on the bar. But if that second lift just kind of barely goes up, you don't want to put too much more on the bar because you just want to get every kilo you can. So we'll see if that 2.5 makes a difference at the end of the day for Kevin's total in final placements and potentially earning those team points for that team scoring competition.
Heat 'em up, Iron Cats. Oh, that's right, Gino. Ava coming out on the platform 1.
Did you compete for a team last year when you competed at CNATS?
I believe I did. Yeah. I competed for Georgia Southern University. Go Eagles! My bad.
It just broke my eardrum.
My bad.
But, yeah. So, can you tell us about what that experience was like, just having some of your teammates there with you, and how much it meant to you competing at like a collegiate competition versus just a regular competition where you're kind of by yourself?
Yeah, so with me, I think before collegiate Nats, I only did like 2. So it was like 2 like pretty, 45 lifter, cab, local meets, like nothing crazy. So doing that and then immediately pretty much going to collegiate nationals, the energy is different. Like honestly, and I also went to Raw Nats in Memphis 2023, and the energy there was great. You'll never see more people under one roof dedicated to a sport. But collegiate nationals is in a league in all of its own because of all the young lifters fired up, coming out, supporting each other. I mean, like the energy is amazing. I'd say it rivals even that of Raw Nationals.
Yeah, and there is a certain sense of, you have obviously a camaraderie within your team, but you also, as a collegiate team, kind of have certain teams that you tend to kind of make friends with, that maybe they're the teams that also attend your local collegiate competitions, and some of the lifters on their team. So as the athletes aren't just cheering for their teammates out there, they're cheering for all the lifters, because everybody just wants to see those good lifting and the big numbers come up today. We will, of course, as we work out throughout the day, get to see several American record attempts, most likely, probably in all of the weight classes that we have today, or any of the different lifts. And the lifters, more than anybody, want to see those people make those American record attempts.
Yeah. Gina's going to be there to fire them up, as always. Celeste sinking her squat, making sure that there is no doubt about it.
Yeah, on platform 4, you just saw Denier do something that I'm a big fan of as a lifter. When he finished his squat, he did not re-rack the bar. When he got the re-rack command, he waited for the spotters to re-rack it for him. As a lifter, I think that's a really smart technique in terms of just, you will not miss that re-rack command or go early if you just stay there, and then as the spotters move the bar, then you can walk it in with them. So I think he does a good job of, that's a smart lifting technique there, and I wonder if that's just what he does, or if his coach maybe coached him on that.
Yeah, that not burning your energy too. Because I mean, even though it's like you're only taking 2-3 steps forward, every 1% that counts. So getting them to help you put that back in, probably helps you save at least a little bit of energy.
And we'll look for athletes to intelligently do that same thing on bench, where they let the spotters kind of take the bar from them after they have completed the lifts to help them with that re-rack. See Andrew getting a 230 third attempt squat. A little scream at the top. And he has earned his 3 white lights. Very well deserved for that. It was a solid lift. It didn't look like he had to fight too much, but so we are on third attempts on platforms 3, 4, and 2. Steadily making our way through the day really quickly here in this morning session. And as we do move into the second flight of athletes after these third attempts, those are some of the athletes that are going to put up those big American record numbers potentially, because the second flight of athletes is usually the athletes who came in with the highest qualifying totals. Athletes are placed in flights based on their qualifying totals, and lifting with the athletes in that same similar qualifying totals category as them. It is interesting as an athlete because we do only have 3 weight classes here today, so what you realize that means watching the stream is we have 4 platforms, so there are athletes from the same weight class that are competing on different platforms. That is also assigned by just their qualifying total coming in to the competition. And it is definitely an advantage to compete in that later flight so that you know what your competitors have put up and what you need to put up, but it is a well-earned advantage because of those higher qualifying totals coming in. You see Mason coming out on platform 3. He needs some support because he has his back against the wall. He has elected to open with that 185, over 400 pounds, and he unfortunately missed it. He missed it on his last one as well. I believe I remember that was just a depth call, so he really needs to kind of sink this and fight through that sticking point to get it back up.
If there was ever a time for him to squat
down,
deeper.
and he does. I think they should give that to him.
I think they should give that to him.
And
yes,
they
sir.
do.
I know he feels amazing right now.
That cry of kind of the victory celebration of he brought himself up when he had dug himself a hole. So
yeah, that's one thing that I've noticed as of lately with USAPL. They've been a lot more consistent with their judging, even down to the stricter level. You know, when I go to the local meets in my Savannah and Statesboro area, I mean, the refs will try to be as strict and consistent with their judging as they would here, because this is essentially the pipeline. You know, when you're doing a local meet, you're going to get to nationals, so they want all that. They don't want you to have to be confused about the calls.
Yeah, they are kind of trying to be more consistent about that judging across all the levels. I mean, you don't want to have different judging at that national level than you do have at that local level. The difference there is that national levels are just going to have a little bit more experience. They're going to have seen a couple more lifts, so they're just going to have a better feel for whether the lift was good or not. On some of those ones that are close, maybe. We kind of have a joke that in Nebraska sometimes it's harder to squat to depth than it is at nationals, because that's a big thing that our Nebraska judges have been working on lately, is just making sure all of the lifters get that depth on that squat, so it can be challenging.
Yeah.
Malley back against the wall, elected to go up after missing an opener, has done that 140. I think that was high.
I'd say yeah.
And unfortunately that was. So she will not record a total today, but she is still in the competition for bench and deadlift, and she's going to try and put up some big numbers. Unfortunately, just without that squat and not recording a total, she will not receive any team points or be eligible for any of those individual awards.
Angelin as well. Oh, she got her squat in the beautiful A7 singlet. And we'd actually like to take that time to appreciate our sponsors, Pioneer, A7, Element and Sour Strips. You'll never see more brands. They always support us at every single one of our meets, all the way down to the local level, all the way up to the national level. So we really appreciate all our sponsors.
Yeah, and I think Pioneer is a new sponsor specifically this year, of just in general of USA Powerlifting being one of those bigger sponsors now for this year.
Yeah.
They are big into the equipment in terms of they make beautiful custom belts and knee sleeves for these lifters. And some of those custom Pioneer belts allow these powerlifters to express their personality and character in a place where sometimes there's a lot of rules and regulations on what you can wear at a powerlifting meet. But you can come maybe in with a Pioneer Sparkle belt or a custom engraved leather belt from them and feel good, look good, lift good.
Yeah, I personally like the Sparkle. Yeah, you know. No, I'm really basic when it comes to what I wear in the gym. It's just all black.
Yeah, gotta add some color in.
Speaking of color, we got Maya on platform 1, sporting the A7 pink and black.
She also does have on those heeled squat shoes. Lifters will wear those just to make it a little bit easier to hit depth. And oftentimes they will only wear those heeled shoes on squat and not on the other two lifts because they would like to get a better base on the floor for the other two lifts. But on squat, that heel really just helps them hit depth. It is up to the lifter, of course, what shoes they wear. Really, the footwear is one of the lesser regulated things in terms of for USA powerlifting. No
Jordans have
sandals.
really been the Jordans have been the move lately. I've seen a lot of people been wearing those. I'm not gonna lie. If I was a sneakerhead, I'd wear them too. But I don't got that type of sneakerhead money. That's all I know.
Yeah, for the flatter shoes, a lot of lifters will kind of pick that flatter shoe as well, and a lot of them will just kind of wear like Converse.
I love me some Converse in the gym. Love them. Joseph Carpenter coming out on platform 4 with 227.5.
Yeah, and when you look at him setting up, you see that maybe his knee wraps are a tiny bit uneven. It shouldn't affect his performance in the lift. He gets it up. Did he get the depth?
Let's see if he got depth.
No, he did not. The two side judges did call him on that depth. But you see that the knee wraps there are a little bit uneven. That's because they have to wrap each one individually. And usually the equipped lifters will have their coach or handler do that for them just because it's so hard to get them on there and you have to pull them on with so much tension. And they will usually immediately take those wraps off in between lifts and re-wrap the lifter because those knee wraps can kind of cut off that circulation a little bit. For the reason of having more equipment, the equipped lifters do have two coaches back with them in that warm-up area to assist them in terms of getting the equipment ready in between lifts. And the raw lifters will have one. Yeah, on platform 4, we did just see 3 athletes in a row miss their openers. A lot of them were just on depth, so I think they'll get them on their second one. But we want to see a trend of athletes making their openers just so that they can get a good competitive total. Caden definitely got depth there, so that should be a good lift for him. So we don't have to worry about that bad streak continuing, but what goes through your head as a lifter when you miss an opener maybe? What are you thinking as you come back to make that second one? Do you go up? Do you stay at the same weight? What do you say to your coach?
So with me and my coach, I would usually try to just be very honest with them. I always try, and I think I don't know, I'm like a very textbook lifter. So for first attempt, it's something that I've done in the gym a couple of times, something I know I'm confident in doing. Usually your first attempt is just something to shake off the nerves, at least for me. Second attempt, that's something that might be a little bit of a grind, maybe even a PR. And then third attempt, honestly, I kind of just like to send it. I'm not really looking to be technical and try and squeak out the win by like 2 or 3 points. I would honestly just like to set some PRs. So if I were to miss something, my coach is like, what happened, man? Like, how do you feel? And I'd be like, I don't know, man, either this happened or maybe, I don't know, I just overshot, maybe missed the re-rack command, and, you know, that I would want to do it and most likely go up in weight by just a little bit to kind of stay in the game a little bit, stay in the race.
Yeah,
so that's what goes through my head.
Of those 3 athletes that did miss their opener on platform 4, 2 of them have elected to stay at the same weight for their next attempt, and one of them has elected to go up just 2.5 kilos.
Yeah, nothing
for
crazy.
That second attempt.
Yeah, you probably
I'm all right with that
more
2.5 kilo increase. He probably, like we said, he just missed it on the depth. Sometimes for equipped lifting, adding a little bit of an extra kilo group can kind of help them get to that depth and push against that squat suit a little bit more. So it might be smart as the equipped lifting strategy might have to be a little bit different than that raw lifting strategy in terms of whether you should add weight to a missed opener, just based on whether you hit that depth or not, if that was the reason for the miss.
Yeah, I think I've missed more calls on just jumping commands than actually like missing depth or, you know, not locking my knees or anything like that. I just get way too excited and I'll just miss a re-rack command or miss the start command.
And especially you go out there for that first attempt squat or that first attempt bench, and sometimes you have that adrenaline and you just kind of can't hear or can't see that center judge because you're so focused on like I got to get going. I got to start lifting. I got to do this. And you can,
Come on, Maria.
it's really easy to miss that. Command.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent fight for Maria.
Undisputable.
She has won that battle, receiving 3 white lights.
So we got a new flight on platform 2, starting out with Stacy.
And unfortunately, Timothy has just failed his opener on platform 4. It looked like maybe he got a little bit out of position at the bottom. The spotters had to catch him there. So shout out to the spotters. You'll see them here all day, the entire session. The spotters are there loading and spotting the athletes' bars during the competition. Many of them spotted yesterday and will spot for the remainder of the weekend, and they're doing a great job trying to be efficient and make sure that this competition can move as fastly and as safely as possible.
Yes. Shout out to spotters and loaders, man. Very, very thankless job.
Sydney came back on platform 1, attacked that after an opener miss. Wins that 115.
Platform 4, we're looking at Barrera, opening up with 567.69.
Yeah, he actually is on platform 4. Rogelio is actually the returning champion from last year, and this men's 75 equipped category last year had a little bit of drama. The first place and second place finisher did tie on that total at the end of the competition, and that title was awarded based on the tiebreaker. In powerlifting, the tiebreaker is the overall body weight. Last year, the body weight tiebreaker, the body weight difference was 0.04 kilograms, awarding that first place finish to that second place finish.
Love the pit vipers on platform 3. I would never be bold enough to wear them, but shout out people that do.
Yeah, so on this platform 4, in the men's 75, we do also have 6 athletes returning from the top 10 last year, just like in the men's 67.5. So you're going to see a lot of those athletes in that second flight on platform 4 as they're kind of the top dogs coming in from last year, and they're going to try and repeat that this year. Jaden came in with that All-American status from last year, receiving 3rd.
We got Ali Gagne, platform 2.
In that men's 75 equipped category as well, the qualifying totals, the top 2 qualifying totals were, as we said, Rogelio Barrera and Will Eckford, who was broken by that tiebreak. Those were, I believe that same tie is their qualifying total coming in. So based on qualifying total, they were tied seed coming into the competition. And 3rd place last year with that qualifying total is 737.5 as opposed to that 740. So the top 3 there are separated by 2.5 kilos. And of course, we do have those dark horse underdogs that are a little bit seated under them, but maybe are going to show up more on today. Powerlifting is hard because athletes a lot of times will go hit a PR in practice and be unable to hit it on the platform at their next competition. So sometimes your comp total, that's why athletes can have comp PRs and gym PRs. You find yourself able to kind of hit everything you hit in practice in a competition, or do you struggle to make those numbers on the platform?
I mean, I try to train exactly, how, what they say, like train how you compete, practice how you play. So I try to keep all of the factors the same, even down to the music. I'm not like a very hype, rah-rah kind of guy. I'll be in the gym listening to R&B. My friends clown me on it all the time. But, if I'm competing, usually I got some SZA, some Her, some Summer Walker playing in my ears. I just want to be calm, keep everything the same. And, yeah, I usually find myself able to pretty much hit the same numbers, if not better, that I've done in the gym.
Yeah, and we do have Will on platform 4 opening with 270. He's our second highest opener. He is that athlete that lost out on that tiebreaker last year at Collegiate Nationals to go from first to second based on that 0.04 kilogram body weight difference. He gets his opener, so he's off to a good start for today. I'm sure he's looking for a little bit of that revenge, maybe looking to move up.
Didn't Dalton compete last year at Collegiate Nationals, or am I mistaken?
He did. He was our 5th place finisher last year.
That's what I'm saying. Didn't he have like a crazy squat?
Yeah, in the men's 75 equipped category, we have all 5 medalists back this year. So it's going to be hard to break onto that podium.
Fighting for the throne. I respect that.
And I expect those top 5 finishers to be really close to each other. So they are really going to have to fight not just for the podium at the end, but for placement on that podium.
Courtney Bedford representing Auburn. Speaking of representation, I have to give a shout out to Blue Mountain Christian University, man. I'm not from there, but the athletes, I mean, you'll see them everywhere. They pull up like a bus deep and they're just supporting each other. Like, I don't even know where they're from, but I was at an Atlanta meet not too long ago, and they had a bus parked outside. They practically filled up the whole venue. I mean, they're just very supportive of each other, and they bring good energy.
Yeah, they're definitely a powerlifting school. Specifically, I think they do more with that equipped side of
a lot of
powerlifting.
equipped.
And so they're kind of one of those big top dog names that are looking for that team placement at the end of the weekend. We've been discussing these team awards, and the team awards are determined by how the individual athletes on the team place within their weight class. They are awarded points. Those points go to a team total, and the different placings are worth different points. To get team points, you must finish top 25 in your weight class. Additional points are awarded for those placing 9th and higher, with the champion being awarded 12 points and the 2nd place and 3rd place finishers being awarded 9th and 8th respectively. Every point will matter in that team competition because there's so many teams that these teams will be close together in terms of final ranking points at the end of the weekend. So these athletes are going to want to try and move up a spot or two if they can to get more points.
We got Tyrasia on platform 2, opening up at 145.
And if you are curious about the team standings, you can follow along on scoring.usapowerlifting.com. Results are updated at the end of each session for the athletes that competed in that session. And you can also see as well on there the teams, which athletes that are on their team scoring roster have already competed and which athletes are yet to compete. So you can kind of see maybe a team is in the lead right now, but they've already had almost all of their athletes compete, and then there's a team that's right behind them, but they still have 5 or 6 athletes to go.
You know, I never really understood the team thing. Like I said, I would just kind of like walk, whatever number my coach would put up, I'll just walk out there, do my best to lift it, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I mean, the team scoring is really just based on that individual placement. So in order to get the most points for your team, you have to get the most kilos on your total.
Sarah making it look easy. Bless you. Might have been a little bit high from Brogan, but I think he should be good.
Quick on the way down, but he was high.
So you got to
center judge,
sink it out here.
You'll see a lot of times on those depth calls, those outside judges given those red lights, they have that best angle of where that hip crease actually lies in regards to the knee. The front judge will kind of give the benefit of the doubt on the depth call, which is why there's the 2 side judges there on each side. The saying yesterday was if the front judge calls you on depth, it was definitely too high.
Yeah, no, for sure. Hannah's going to have to come out swinging. She has missed her 1st and 2nd attempt so far. So for that 3rd, she's really going to have to sink it and find something inside herself to get that if she wants to stay in the race.
On platform 4 right now is the first of those 3 athletes that did miss their opener. So they're looking to amend. And I think he probably did. Did the judges like the depth? Yes, they did. 3 white lights. Let's hopefully we can continue that trend for Ryan and Joseph, who will follow him, who both also missed their openers. We talked about those who missed their openers electing to stay or move up. Ignacio, who missed his opener, and we just saw it, had elected to stay, so that was a smart decision because he did get that lift in, and then he could go up for that next one. It looks like he's planning to make a 10-kilo jump. Right now, Ryan also elected to stay at that same weight after unfortunately missing that opener, so you know he's going to go out there and crush this, and we're going to hope that he sinks it to that depth required.
Heather.
Chandler Robinson got some ice on his neck. Okay.
I think Ryan just corrected that miss on the first one as well. He did. He gets 3 white lights. So let's try and make it 3 for 3 on correcting those first attempt misses in a row here on platform 4 with Joseph coming up. Joseph is the athlete who had elected to go up in weight after missing that first attempt. So we'll see if that can help him maybe fight against some of that equipment a little bit more. Just those extra 2.5 kilos to sink down a little bit farther.
Fernanda Urrutia coming out on platform 2, the first squat. Absolutely sinking and making it look easy.
So something of note to the viewers at home is this class of women that are competing right now in this 65 class. Last year, the 65 kilo class did not exist. The women's weight classes changed from a 67.5 weight class, and that 67.5 weight class split to a 70 and a 65. So many of these athletes that are returning from last year had been competing in that 67.5 and had to elect to cut down to that 65 from their weight class last year.
Yeah, there has to be a lot of adjustments and cutting that the women most likely had to do. Let's go, Elena. Let's go, Elena.
Yeah, so the athletes competing in this session had elected to go down to that 65, and the athletes competing in the following session are our women's raw 70 athletes, and those are the ones who elected to go up. So from our top 10 last year, lifters that are returning from that 67.5 class, top 10 returners, 1 has elected to come down to this 65 class today, and 2 have elected to go up to that 70 class later today. So that's just an interesting statistic. The 65 and 70 split actually worked really well with the rosters for both of those categories being almost the exact same number of athletes registering for both. It's always kind of dicey when you split a weight class because you never know, are all of the athletes in that weight class going to want to go up? But it turned out well because about half and half went up and down.
I'm trying to think, would I want to go up or down? I don't know.
For me personally, if my weight class was split into 2, I would go down, but that's because I historically have resided in the middle of my weight class.
Oh, okay,
if I was
gotcha.
on that top end, I'm not sure I would want to make that cut. Because I watch my teammates as they make their cuts for their different weight classes, and it requires a lot of commitment to make your weight class. And in the event that you do not make your weight class on the given day, you are not eligible for the awards in the final placing. And also, not making your weight class, also, you can't get any team points, even less than or even more important than the individual awards. If you miss your weight class the morning of the competition, you'll be registered as a guest lifter, so you will be allowed to complete your lifts. They just won't count for anything in the results. They'll count in your heart, though, so those lifters that are guest lifters, we want to cheer on just as much as we're cheering on these lifters from those teams. And we do have a guest lifter that was on platform 1 that did go 3 for 3 on the squat, so she's having a good day, even though she missed her weight class.
Yeah, I mean, that's a thing that, you know, it's a dilemma that a lot of people will, I don't know, kind of talk about, I guess. But when you come out here and you've already done so much, countless hours into the gym, PRs, training, you spend the money to come out here, even if you don't make your weight class, you might as well just compete for the love of the game. I mean, like, what are you going to do? Just chill in Oklahoma? Might as well just see it through.
And so sometimes viewers or parents might wonder, why is my athlete cutting down? What is the point in cutting down a weight class? Sometimes the athlete will cut down a weight class to be more competitive. They can put up a more competitive total in a lower weight class. Other times athletes will cut down or sometimes even go up by request of their coach for team scoring purposes. For the team scoring, teams are only allowed to have 2 athletes in each class. So if you already have 2 top dogs in a class as a team, that third athlete, in order to maximize your team scoring, you're going to want to put that scoring potential in a different weight class where their score can count.
I didn't know that. You just learned me something.
Yes. Teams can consist of up to 12 lifters, no more than 2 per weight class. So they don't have to be spread out across all the weight classes. They can have multiple, but no more than 2, up to 12 lifters. And that team scoring is determined by the top 7 scorers on the team. The bottom 5 are dropped, essentially.
Gotcha. We got Regelio coming out swinging.
Yeah, and he's got some fighting to do if he wants to defend that title from last year. He is currently forecasted 4th place, but it is early in the day, and he might be looking to take some big jumps. He might have some conservative openers entered, so we'll have to see if he makes some of those bigger jumps to get that forecasted placement up.
Yeah, that's the thing about powerlifting that makes it such a competitive sport. Some people show up on the day and some people don't. It's really just roll the dice, I guess. So even though you think that, you know, oh, I'm only projected to get 5th or 4th, what's the point? I want to get first. Some people, they might bomb out, they might not make weight. There's so many factors that play into it that you might as well just compete and see what happens.
Yeah, and you did just see him. He really struggled with that squat. He got it, and it was a good lift, but it'll be interesting to see what kind of jump he makes for his 3rd lift just because of how hard that was for him.
For sure. Jaden Brown also coming in, Blue Mountain Christian University.
Excellent work to fight through that lift, though, because there are no points, as we say over and over again, for completing the lift fast or perfectly. It's just, did you complete it or did you not?
Yeah. Jaden making it look easy.
And that is a
Second
600-pound squat right there on platform 4 that you were just treated to. All of the next 3 lifters are also above that 600-pound mark. With our last lifter of the flight trying to lift 300 kilos.
That is 660 pounds. I know, because I have struggled with that number on deadlift.
Hannah.
All right, Hannah's coming out. Hey, she needs to find her fight for this one.
From Missouri Valley.
Do we know what they called her on before? I'm guessing that. Yeah.
Yeah, that first attempt got called for up and down, and the second attempt got depth. Unfortunately, the third attempt will be called for depth as well, so she will not record a total today on the squat, but she will come back and battle in the bench and deadlift. And I'm sure she will come back in her next meet and just nail those squats. It can be, it's not what you want to happen as an athlete, but it can also be really motivating when it does happen. So athletes need to learn to use maybe a mistake and learn from it coming into the next year's competition. That's a fight from Will on 4 with a 623-pound squat. He gets it. 3 white lights, clean lift from the judge.
We got shades coming out. Eric Washington, platform 3. Should be good.
Yeah, a little bouncy at the top, but I think it was clean. Yeah, 3 white lights are awarded. Christian on 3 missed his opener. He's gonna try and fix that. Our third 600-pound squat that we're seeing on platform 4.
Platform 1 is wrapping up, or wrapped up, I should say.
Yeah, and he gets that rec command. That was a solid lift in terms of movement, but unfortunately it was high, so he is red lighted by those side judges. I think he should be able to come out and get just a little bit lower. Probably stay at that same weight would be my recommendation, and just try it again for his third attempt to kind of stay in that top seating right there.
Yeah. Dalton coming out doing 660.
Yeah. So he was our 5th place finisher last year, but he does right now have the highest recorded squat of the day, and he's trying to extend that lead. So he's going to try and come out of the squat with a lead to see if he can move up from that 5th place finish last year.
$300 second is crazy. A little bit wobbly.
Wobbly on the way out. You'll see he squats with that nice wide stance. Down. I think he got the depth there. He's fighting. I think he gets it. I would give it to him.
Yes, sir.
And he does get 3 white lights, but what is he going to have to do for his 3rd? That was an incredibly hard, a grinder of a lift. So we'll see. He might just add on that, maybe add on just a 2.5 kilo jump to try and get an extra kilo jump in there to protect himself later. I don't know how much of a jump he will be able to successfully complete, though.
In a world where I could even squat that much, I would say that I would most likely add on, after it looked like that, maybe 305, 310 if I don't know.
I do not think he would make a 10 kilo jump off of that.
I'm saying for him, he wouldn't do that, though. It wouldn't be smart, especially if he wants to win.
Yeah. I think if you want to win in powerlifting, it's important to you got to squat and bench for the total, and you got to pull for the win on deadlift.
Yeah.
So you have to be fearless on your deadlift, and on squat and bench, you just kind of have to record the numbers to set yourself up for a position where you can make that deadlift pull.
I mean, it really comes down to your advantages. Like, I know people say poverty bench, poverty deadlift, poverty squat, and it can be seen as an excuse, but honestly, there is some truth behind it. You know, some people are just genetically better at lifts than others. Like, for example, my bench is not that good, but my squat and deadlift are very neck and neck with each other. So when I would compete, I'd come out, I would make my name with squat, kind of just breeze through bench, make sure to stay in the meet, and then with deadlift, I would just send it and see what I can do. So it really comes down to the lifter's genetic advantages.
Yeah, worth pointing out that on platform 1, we are done with the squat for this session, and they're on a wait for, they set up for bench. Athletes will resume with that first flight in about 9 minutes over there. And on platform 4, we have moved to our 3rd attempts as well. So these are going to be some big squats. These guys are looking to put up competitive numbers. Like we said, the platform 4, the 2nd flight right here, is that top-seeded flight for this class. And Brogan has elected to go up. He made a 5 kilo jump and missed his 2nd attempt after that 5 kilo jump. And he's elected to make a 10 kilo jump from that. And I think that was a risk worth taking.
There you go, Brogan.
Because he just got 3 white lights.
Talk to him.
He gambled a little, but he won that battle. You see him kind of celebrate and skip off a little bit there. Ignacio had played it safe after missing his opener to get a 215 and repeat that to get his 2nd lift. He is also elected to make that jump to 225. So let's see if he can make it look better maybe than Brogan's.
Mace has apparently got an American record attempt on platform 2.
Platform 2, they're going for that American record attempt of 170. Walks it out. Just big brace.
Wow, she sinks it.
Yeah, she just went down too fast.
Yeah.
I think if she would have went down a little bit slower, it would have been smarter in terms of getting it back up, because when you go down, you have to change directions so quickly. She kind of lost her balance at the bottom there. But
Well, we have a back-to-back American record attempt.
since she missed that, Erin will be attempting that same weight at 170 to try and nab that American record instead. So let's see if she can get hopefully a better attempt, maybe learn from her competitor, go down a little bit slower, a little bit more control, something we would like to see.
It should be good. Let's go, Erin. Let's go. Should be good. Yes, ma'am. That's my world record holder. There's our American record holder.
Yeah. So we're going to have to see what she comes out with on squat 3, if she tries to beat that, or if Macy maybe tries to go up to 172, even though she missed that 170, to grab that American record from her and make her lift something more to keep that American record title leaving the day.
Yeah, she's definitely probably going to have to optimize that squat. I know some people are used to doing that, but I found that when you go down that fast on squat, you're essentially fighting gravity on the way back up, more so than you would if you were to go slower. It's going to be a dog fight at the end of platform 2 because they both have the same attempts.
Yeah, so it looks like Macy has chosen to stay at that 170 after that miss, so she will not try for that American record again today. But we will have the 2 lifters at the end of the flight who have elected for the same third attempt as Erin, who had just set that American record at 170, is taking a 7.5 kilo jump to the 177.5, but she will have to potentially do more if Fernanda, who is elected to take a 10 kilo jump from 167.5 to 177.5, can make that first.
Caden didn't get his squat on platform 4. Next we got Timothy Tran coming out. He didn't get his first 2 attempts so far, so for this third one, he's really going to have to dig deep and find something. He's going to be attempting the same weight.
Thankfully, he did choose to attempt that same weight both times, so it is a manageable weight for him. He should be able to come out and do this. You'll see it looks like they have him set up to have 1 rack in and 1 rack out. We did have a lifter yesterday who elected to do that. In my opinion, it does make the bar uneven as the 2 sides are at different heights just because of the angle of that one side. But whatever works for the lifter, maybe they step out with a certain foot first or only hit one side, so they like that neutral position on the other side, but the tucked in from the struggle side. He goes down, he hits depth, and he has to get up. I think he just saved himself. 2-1, he did, yes, and his team out there is going crazy because they needed that score for their team. I believe he competes for Northeastern University, and their team is looking to be one of those top teams, so they really need every athlete's score to count. You see Allie over on platform 2. It looks like her belt is really loose.
Some athletes like it like that, I guess. Or it could be a mistake. But she's not going to get her squat.
Yeah, the buckle was shut, so it must be where she likes it, because that's just, they don't adjust super easily on those lever belts, kind of have them in the same spot every time. But I would maybe make a recommendation that she should go a little bit tighter on that belt there to make sure that belt is doing the most that it can for helping that bracing. But that'll be a decision she has to make moving into that next competition.
Kendra is hype.
And on platform 4, We are looking at more of those 600+ pound squats. We're gonna have a treat for you with 6 in a row, 600+ pound squats, starting here with Cody on his third attempt of 272.5. I think platform 4 is really putting on a good show for us so far. And it does look like a lot of their bench openers are also going to be close to each other, so we're going to have to see. Fight
Platform
for Weston. 3 white lights. He is rewarded for his efforts. Cody,
should be good.
That was like butter. That moved so well, and as you see, he lets the spotters bring him into that rack again. Screams for his 3 white lights. Good for him. And he's hyping up his team right now. The Louisiana Lafayette, they've got a big team, and they always bring the energy.
It's the first time that I've seen them at a meet before, but then again, like, I don't know, there's probably not too many opportunities on the East Coast for them to want to come out. But they definitely have a lot of energy. They bring a lot to the meet.
They're a big team every year at CNATS. They bring those noisemakers.
There's one guy playing fanfare on the trumpet. That guy kills me.
All right, and he's going to be followed by Rogelio, squat 3, 277.5.
Might be a little high for Jacob.
Yeah, and he shakes the head and just kind of gives it up to the spotters there. I expect he'll probably try that same weight again.
We're starting bench on platform 1. We're opening up with Alicia.
No, unfortunately, Rogelio gets stuck at the bottom and will not get that 277 today.
Right after him, we have Michael Gonzalez opening up with the same weight. Opening up. Third attempt with the same weight.
This is Jaden coming up for a 282.5 first. So he has jumped 10 kilos each time. Pretty consistent with the jumps. Must be a size that he's comfortable with making that jump.
There's Bermudez finishing strong on platform 2.
Maxon missed a 192 for his second attempt, and he's gonna try and battle with that bar for this one for the third attempt. Jaden gets the squat command, and he sinks it to depth, and he comes up no problem. Victorious on squat 3 for Jaden. Followed by Michael.
Platform 3's fighting. Platform 3's fighting. That's my GOAT. He's my Roman Empire. There you go.
It's a good fight for Maxon, and he earns himself 3 white lights.
I know that's right.
It always feels good to kind of get those mistakes that you made on your second attempt and come back and make your third. It's really hard to make your third after you've missed your second, just because by the time you get to your third, you're kind of stressed out, gassed out a little bit. So for him to come back and make that after missing it, it's good. Michael, same situation, trying to correct a second attempt miss.
Looked a little high.
And it is high. The judges are not going to give him that today.
We got Will Eckford coming out next with 290.
Looking at 290 for Will. And he is definitely here for that vengeance today. Giving the fist bumps to the spotters, trying to hype himself up, get himself in the mood.
Good grab by the spotters on platform 2. Come on, Will. Looked a little hot. Never mind, he got it.
Yeah, and
That's
he
my
gets
goat.
that lift, and you can hear that Texas A&M team get behind him as a reward for him getting that lift. His team is looking for him to get some big points today.
Dalton with our biggest squat, 305. 75 kilogram body. That's insane, dog.
And you'll note that Dalton, when he did his 300, he did not make it look easy. So he has elected
He did
for
the 305 call, like I said.
He did more than the 2.5 that I suggested. He went to that 305, so he's going to have to put a little bit more effort in to get the 305.
I think he's got it. You know, some guys, they just have like a shaky walkout.
Wide grip, wide stance. He goes down, and it just immediately goes back down on the up.
That's all right, King.
Yeah, maybe you should have tried a little bit of that smaller jump just after that third attempt, using all that energy for that fight. I feel like he can do that 305. He probably has gotten that in the gym, but not there today, unfortunately. So now that concludes our squat for platform 4 for this first session. They'll adjust to move to bench, so we can focus on, for now on that stream, on platform 3 as we see the final lifts for the second flight on that platform.
Macy's attempting the 170 squat again.
And Eric just did a good job to fight to get that depth. He went down, was definitely high, but continued to sink really slowly at the bottom until he hit that
It
mark.
might have been
So
a little
good
high
fight there.
platform, too. Haley's attempting another American record.
Yeah, and this is on platform 2. This is a little where we have that little bit of that drama. So Haley's going to try and take that American record that was set at 172. And then she has 2 athletes going after her that are both going to try 177 to bump that American record should Haley get the 172.5. We could currently right now that American record belongs to Aaron Brennan, set in that last flight, but we could have that leave with any of the next 3 athletes coming up.
Catherine benching on platform 1. Opening up with
She walks
60
it out. I
kilograms.
like the walkout, very efficient.
Good depth.
She fights and
That's
she
good.
nods on the way up. She totally got that. So 2-1, good lift. So for at least 40 seconds, she will hold the American record, potentially longer. She has to wait and see if Fernanda or Aaron can make this 177.5. All right, Fernanda, 177.5. Trying this American record attempt to bump it up from 172 from Haley, from Rutgers University. And the American record will not leave with Fernanda today. Haley survives one lifter. Can she survive the second, or can Erin reclaim that record that she set in the previous flight, or in the previous round of squats?
Let's go, Erin.
Let's go! Let's see it. Competing for the University of Tennessee. Oh, she was so close. She got caught at that sticking point. So the American record on squat today will leave with that 172.5, belonging to Haley Clayton.
Wow.
And that means that platform 2 will take time and move to bench. Platform 1 is just about ready to get started on bench just now. That was a solid 227 on platform 3 for Connor. We got Ray looking to hit a 57.5 on platform 1. She made her opener.
Good fight. She should
Fights
have it.
through that small sticking point, but moves really well. She's rewarded with 3 white lights. Jackson, with his last squat attempt, he missed this 227, has stayed at the same weight.
Olivia opting not to get a lift off. I respect it.
And he falls forward a little bit. The spiders catch him, thankfully, and he will not get that 227 today.
Strong bench for Olivia.
Right back.
Wow. On platform 3, we have missed a couple of our last squats. Like I said, people, it really just comes down to who shows up on the day. No matter what people are forecasted to get, some people just don't get their attempts. It's going to be a very close fight on platform 1. All attempts being very close to each other. Let's see if Jace can break the streak. We got Candler coming out next, attempting the same way from his last.
Yeah. You have a strategy for when you kind of go out and have to make a weight you just missed?
No, I can't really say I do. If I miss a weight, I don't know, maybe like ask my coach, like, hey, like what I missed it on. Was it a command? Was it depth? Was it anything like that? And then if it is, I'll just, do better with that.
Yeah. It's always good to make sure you know for sure what you missed the lift on, just to be sure to make that extra technically perfect the next time.
Yeah.
I like the ice for Chandler.
I think he's got it.
Gets the start command.
Good dab.
He sinks
he
it.
doesn't finish it.
He definitely came off the bottom crooked. He went lower on one side than the other. There might be a little bit of a muscle imbalance in that hip, or he could have just came down at a bad angle, and that being crooked, it would not allow him to get back up. You want to make sure as a lifter that you keep yourself straight and aligned during the course of the whole lift, just to make sure that you are able to get yourself out of that bottom position. If you allow your alignment to move, especially at that bottom, it can be especially hard to recover.
Jake Bartnick, man, he's got to fight if he really wants to stay in this.
Yeah. And his team, his Texas A&M teammates, are going to want him to make this because they need his score if they want to be competitive with those top couple teams. And Jake was the third place qualifier today, so he's got some work to do if he wants to match that.
Looks a little hot, and he isn't able to complete the lift.
Unfortunately.
Got a little bit of a red carpet rolling out on platform 3. He's going to be the one to break the streak. Brady's going to be doing 265, so. We'll
8
see.
misses in a row on platform 3.
It's one of those things.
I feel like I have confidence in Brady, though, because he missed his opener, likely on depth, and he stayed at that weight to reattempt it. So although this is a third attempt, it is more like a second attempt. He should get this.
Catherine with her second on platform 1. It's a very nice looking wrap on platform 3. Might be a little.
Oh, and he comes backwards with that
catch.
foot movement.
Great
Good catch by the spotters, yes. He almost had that. He made it through the sticking point and then hit kind of a secondary point, and he started that shaking, and it threw him off balance. Coming through the top with so much power, he kind of almost tossed the bar backwards a little bit.
We're starting on platform 4. Charles opening us up.
And on platform 3, we do just have 2 athletes remaining for their squat attempts. So we have had 9 misses in a row on platform 3. Is Jacob going to be the one to fix that?
And we got our third attempts on platform 1. Come on, Alicia. A little bit up and down. Not going to complete the lift. Jacob looks good.
He gets it up.
I'd say so.
I don't know
You
about
said
the
the
depth. He paused at the bottom. No, he does not get it on depth from all 3 judges.
Weston with Midland University, who apparently has a little bit of a target on their back from all colleges. So he's representing right now.
Yeah, we would love to see our top athlete of this flight in terms of squat make their last attempt.
Good depth. Isn't able to complete the lift.
Unfortunately, and we are ending on platform 3, I believe, with 11 misses in a row for third attempt squats. Lots of red on that flight all around. A lot of second attempt misses as well. Many athletes missing both their second and their third attempts. But what really that just shows you is that these athletes are fighting hard at the national level to achieve big numbers. These numbers are not easy. So it's
a lot of red. No Playboy Cardi.
It's hard to get them in the competition, and you really got to come out and play the game on that day.
Olivia Pham, very nice person, very cool. I think I met her at Raw Nats in 23. Very nice person. Very strong from Olivia. Should be good. She stays in the race.
Easy opener for Andrew on platform 4. We are on our third attempts on bench over for the first flight on platform 1.
And lifters, and parents of lifters, you would like to get packages to support people. If you got any kids, you know what I'm saying, competing, make sure to get your photo packages from Barbell Productions. Ava looking like, I don't think she got the press command. Never mind, I lied. She's the best lifter in the world, my bad.
Yeah, I do like over on this stream for platforms 3 and 4, we do have that full screen right now on platform 4, so you can kind of see that head judge and that side judge a little bit, so you can see them visually give those bench commands. Something that I learned yesterday was that you have to get the start command essentially from 2 out of the 3 judges. So if the 2 side judges both give the start command, the head ref must immediately give the start command following the 2 side judges' start commands. And the head ref cannot make you wait if the 2 side judges have given you that start command. And alternatively, if 1 side judge gives you the start command, the head ref can elect to give you the start command and make it the 2 out of 3. But as a lifter, you're not paying attention to the side judges because your job is to listen to that head ref.
Yeah. Let's go, Kevin.
That guy in pink that was just on the screen was like freaking out at people yesterday for being in the wrong spots. It's like I tried to come back here and he's like, you can't be back. And I was like, I literally can't.
So we're pretty much all caught up with each other. We're just waiting for platform 3 to get on bench. And then platform 1, yeah, is leading. We got our 3rd attempts. Marissa is doing her 3rd attempt right now, followed by Esther and Reagan. Kevin with a nice strong opener. A little bit more of a grind, yeah. A little bit, but you know, some lifters are like that. You know, sometimes they take their time on bench.
Sometimes really technical lifters might have 3 lifts in a row that are all really slow just because they like to keep them the same. So even if he could have pushed it up faster, he likes to make sure he's holding his tension. So he goes a little bit slower to make sure he follows that proper technique perhaps. And you would expect that that should have been an easier weight for him because it was his opener. So that's my guess, is that he intentionally made it a little bit slower just to make sure that he was for sure doing exactly what he needed to do.
Yeah. We got Esther coming out, platform 1. I believe I also met her before. They're going to meet in Atlanta. Was she at States?
You sound like you've been all over the place for different meets.
You know, I travel a little bit. Just a little bit. I like meeting the athletes, man. They're such cool people. Very nice people, man.
I've done
Coy
meets
making
in
it look really easy. You said what's up?
South Dakota, Nebraska, and then this year's and last year's CNETs.
Those
So
are states
that's all I've ever
never
gotten.
been to. South Dakota, Nebraska. I would like to go there, though. Heard it's real pretty.
Tourism-wise, South Dakota is better than Nebraska because you can go to the Black Hills.
Is that like a tourist attraction, or is it like?
The Black Hills?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big thing. The Black Hills and the Badlands are right next to each other. They have the Black Hills has like Mount Rushmore.
Oh, that's where that. Whoa, really?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Little geography lesson in the middle of the lifting.
That's one of like the attractions I've never been to. I recently saw the Grand Canyon not too long ago. That was pretty cool. Trevor.
That should be a good lift, but it kind of got sticky in the middle.
Okay, yeah.
Receiving just 1 yellow light, but still a good lift because 2-1 for the judges.
Melena's coming out next on platform 2, followed by Alexandria and Faith. She's going to be doing 60 keys.
Yeah, and on
What's up
platform 1, we already moved to our 2nd flight.
Did Reagan, I guess Reagan timed out for some reason. Let's see. Oh, I'm sorry.
And it looks like maybe on platform 1 they had another mismarked attempt because they have. I think they had a mismark. I think they have a 2nd attempt on platform 1 that was not marked, so they're gonna have to pause for a second, mark that, and then move to that 2nd flight.
Let's go, Catherine. Is that Catherine?
It is, but they do have her mark that she missed a 65. I wonder.
She's not going to get the attempt. She's going to time out. No, that's not right. That's not right. Oh, yeah. It's up. Yeah. There you go. Yeah,
Fights a little bit one arm at a time, but it goes up smoothly. 3 white lights for her. So what they just did is they had her do her 62. It looks like she did fail a 65 on a third attempt, and they went back and did a 62. I'm guessing maybe somebody pointed out that there was a misloaded bar, and they brought that to the attention of the jury or the scoring table, and so they let her take that second attempt again at the end of that third flight.
Got you. And now Reagan's
since she missed
out.
that 65.
Okay. Now we're back on track. We're good.
We are back on track indeed. Moving to the openers for that second flight now on Platform 1. Platform 1 moving along very fastly this session. Fastly. I don't think that's a word. Quickly.
Faye's doing 62.5 keys. Should be good. Yeah, that looks nice.
Solid opener on 4. Good for Rohan. Yeah, so there are a lot of different colleges here, of course, competing. I mean, right now, just up on our 3 platforms, we have athletes from Texas Tech, Texas State, and University of California, Irvine. And every team is going to have a little bit of a different vibe. Lifters are going to train differently, obviously have different coaches, different programming, but a lot of the bigger teams that are coming here are going to have a team training structure where they train with their teammates every single day of the week. I know at Concordia we train all 5 days a week. We have practice together every day. We have 2 practice sessions, and athletes are assigned to either one of the 2. Our team is larger, so we have to split into 2 sessions, so we have enough room in the gym. And there's something about training with your teammates versus training by yourself, where when you train with your teammates, you have that motivation and you have your friends there cheering you on. When you go home and you train by yourself over break, it can get kind of just lonely, or you might not be as motivated to do all your lifts. Having your teammates there, they also kind of keep you on track. They hold you a little bit accountable. Maybe you're a little bit tired today, and you turn to your teammate and you say, suck it up. Do your workout. Or maybe you don't want to go to practice and you're feeling a little bit sick, but your best friend texts you, hey, are you coming to practice today? You can't tell them no.
Yeah, it's kind of like one of those like iron sharpens iron deal, and it especially applies when it comes to powerlifting. Because with powerlifting, you're in the gym for 2, 3, 4. I know one of my friends was literally in the gym for like 6 hours at one point. And being there by yourself, you might want to skip an accessory or 2. You might want to skip a set, maybe not push yourself as hard. When you have a team of people around you all doing the same thing, it's one of those iron sharpen iron kind of deal. And when I'm like doing like regular, workouts at the gym, yeah, I prefer being by myself, just being able to listen to my music. But when I'm powerlifting, yeah, I definitely prefer one of my friends being with me.
Yeah, and on that note of that iron sharpens iron thing, a lot of times teammates push each other in practice without even realizing. And if you usually bench with somebody and they're having an exceptionally good bench day, you kind of want to match that. So if they're going up and they're hitting a new PR, you want to load your new PR too. So
Come on now, I can't let my teammate do better than me. Come on
Yeah,
now, we
yeah,
might be
you gotta
competing against each other.
compete against your teammates a little bit at practice.
Yeah, I definitely get that. Maria Wynn coming out, bench 1, platform 2. Alex Wynn on platform 4. Platform 3 will be resuming momentarily.
Right. Hannah looking to record her first good lift of the day with a 62.5 opener on bench over on platform 1.
She unfortunately did bomb out on squats, but like I said, it's one of those things where the athletes dedicate so much time to training, to spending money getting out here. The dedication, you might as well just see it through. She unfortunately does not get her opener.
She will have 2 more attempts to bench. Platform 3 is set to start bench in about 30 seconds. We're looking for our first athlete to go.
Miss Jaden opting to not get a lift off. You know, with some people they do want it, some people they don't. It really just depends on preference. You know, some people don't want another person holding the bar for them. They feel like it can mess them up.
And a lot of people, the lift-offs at competition can be so different from the lift-offs in practice that you might receive, so sometimes it can be a little bit of a risk to take them. But also, if you train and practice by yourself and you don't receive lift-offs in practice, it's going to throw you off to get one in the competition.
Yeah. Some people say they even get like as much as 10 to 20 pounds, you know, more when they get a lift-off. So it's really all down to personal preference. Speaking of no lift-off, we got Julian, platform 3.
And Julian has a little bit of an interesting story. He was explaining to me yesterday he is actually injured right now. He competed and he trained really hard to get the qualifying total to come to this meet, and unfortunately he is injured right now and cannot actually compete to the full extent. You'll note that he is going out and just doing one of each of the 3 lifts with a goal to record a team or to record a total. He will place in that top 25 due to the size of the men's equipped class that he is in. There are less than 25 athletes, so if he records a total, he will record a point for his team. So he has set his pride aside and is going out there to get a point for his team specifically.
That's very valiant. I respect that a lot,
so
honestly.
He did a 75 on squat, a 75 on bench, and he's going to do a 75 on deadlift, I believe, as well, and just scratch his other 6 lifts, just trying to record a total for his team.
Did he tell you, I think you might have mentioned it, I zone off very easily. Did he tell you like what he injured?
He did. I believe it is his back.
Oh, that's a big one.
I don't remember for sure. I believe it was in his back. He sounded like he had a couple injuries kind of going on all at the same time too. And he said that he tried to come back and start training a little bit heavier a week ago and maybe like compete heavy raw but not equipped.
Yeah.
It's still in that equipped category, but he just was unable to do that. But he has decided that he's just here for his team, and that is what Collegiate Nationals is about, really, is just showing up for your team.
Yeah. Team sports are amazing, such as like football, soccer, basketball, things like that. But these kind of like individual sports, it's really just people versus themselves, you know. There's not another person, you know, lifting the bar with them, helping them. It's really just them. So you'll never meet more people at heart than powerlifters. I'd say, yeah, the crowd. It plays a little bit of an effect in there, but it's really when I live personally, I can't really hear the crowd. You know, I don't know. I just kind of focus on the ref giving me my command, and then just me moving the bar.
We are on third attempt benches for this first flight over on platform 4.
We're on thirds on platform 4. Wow. Charles, another guest lifter. Did he ooh. Yeah, probably going to be a couple of those, y'all.
It is not easy to make weight. It's very easy to just miss it. And something that people might not realize is you can actually miss weight under too.
Yeah, I heard about that.
So if you're competing in that men's equipped 67.5 and you weigh in the 60 class, that's considered a bust under because you did not declare for that 60 class, so you would be a guest lifter.
Yeah, which makes sense if you really think about it, because you have a lot of people kind of probably trying to exploit that. Yeah, so it makes sense.
I think it's easier to avoid weighing in under though, because you can just go drink some water.
Not for real. Literally. Like, if I'm weighing in like 2 under, I'm gonna be like, hey, just give me like 5 minutes. I'm just gonna water load like crazy.
Yeah, and athletes actually, if they miss weight, they can.
Let's go Gupta. Let's go Gupta. Let's go Gupta. Strong.
and take their half an hour and try and figure out a solution to maybe make weight.
Yeah.
Maybe they need to use the restroom, or maybe they need to go run around and sweat off half a pound,
Yeah.
run some laps around the arena. That is, of course, really detrimental to the athlete's performance usually on that day if they miss weight and have to try and make it. But the athletes can weigh in more than once, in order of lot number, of course. In the time allowed weigh-ins, I believe they have an allotted hour for that, so you might be able to make a second weigh. Every athlete should, in theory, be able to have enough time to make that second weigh-in, but most likely not a third, so you got to kind of hit that.
And from my experience, most of the athletes are kind of already accommodated to that lifestyle because, similar to me, they come from a wrestling background, and wrestling and powerlifting almost go hand in hand. And the way that they have like the organization with them, like session and flight, the cutting, weight classes, all that stuff like that. So most of the athletes are already kind of acquitted to that lifestyle.
Lena and Milena on platforms 1 and 2 with 60 and 67.5 for both of them for their second attempts, both in that women's 65 kilo class.
Hannah coming out again on platform 1, see if she can get this bench. Got some really good fight on platform 4. She's looking exactly how you expect the third attempts to move.
Yeah, and valiant efforts go 3 for 3 on bench for him. It's always a monumental task to try and go 3 for 3 on bench. I think, in my opinion, that third bench is kind of the hardest lift to make consistently in a meet.
Yeah. I'd say for me it's deadlift, honestly, because you're so fatigued after everything. You know, I imagine it's probably hard for the athletes to get their dead after a squat and bench, especially with grip.
A lot of the athletes going out for their third deadlift are usually pulling for a placement or something, so they have a little bit of extra motivation and extra adrenaline there, which can help them get up a lift maybe a little bit easier than they did in practice.
Yeah, I can see that.
And
Hannah
is going to time out on platform 1. She did miss that opener. I wonder if she will declare a third attempt on bench or not.
Yeah, well, I guess I have to see. I mean, I would guess that she's most likely just going to save it for deadlifts if she's still competing. Sophia Mancinelli.
Yeah, can you read what school Sophia's from over there?
BU.
Binghamton University up on the screen up there.
Oh, yeah, you're so right.
She's one of the only lifters I've seen from her school, so it's always kind of hard when you come more by yourself a little bit, just because we talked about how much that team advantage kind of gives you, so
yeah.
She might be one of those athletes who has less of that team advantage. But she still has a strong bench executing that 62.5 textbook.
Midland University is leading, it seems, in the raw women and equipped men. So Texas is definitely going to be trying to fight with them. A&M is definitely going to be trying to fight with them.
It will hurt Texas A&M's team efforts, though. They had that lifter bomb out on platform 3, so he will not get those team points.
I see, yeah. Good second attempt from Gabrielle on platform 2.
no lift on platform 4. And Alex looking to come out for his 3rd bench attempt to a 137.5. That's a 300+ pound bench. That's a big benchmark for a lot of powerlifters.
Benchmark. My bad.
I accidentally said that yesterday too. I'm not trying to make a pun there.
I think she is, y'all. Come on, Briley. Come on, Briley.
A little bit of a pause on platform 4. Jaden gets the handoff on platform 1.
No, it doesn't look like she'll have it. Most likely reattempt that same weight. I don't know too much about equipped powerlifting. I haven't done it, but if I had to imagine, I feel like bench, you most likely get the most advantage out of the equipped.
Yes, talking to some of the equipped lifters last night, they seem to be the same in the way of it is a little bit easier to misgroove a bench kind of in that bench shirt that they get to wear, which you can see clearly on Alex. But it is also the one where the equipment adds the most to your total.
Yeah, because I mean, when they're walking out, you know, the arms are in front of them. They can't even put them to the side.
When they lift, you can really see sometimes they might struggle a little bit on the way down to get that bar to their chest just to pull against that stretch of that fabric in that suit. And they have to work a little bit to pull it all the way down. If the bar is a little bit lighter for some of like the lighter athletes. But then they get that boost on the way up, so it's a little bit of a trade-off. It's kind of the reverse of raw and raw powerlifting. It's easy on the way down and harder on the way up. And sometimes in equipped lifting, it can be harder on the way down and easier on the way up. You'll see a lot of them, we talk about it with their squats as well. They kind of go slowly on the way down to make sure they hit that depth and then pop right back up.
Yeah, pop right back up, yeah.
And you'll see that on the bench as well.
Celeste, we have another guest lifter. We do appreciate our guest lifters as well. Still staying in the meet, competing, showing love, supporting. Good bench from her.
And a reminder for everybody that these guest lifters did qualify and earn their right to be here, just like all the athletes who are still competing in the actual weight classes.
Let's go, Mally, let's go.
And Edward with a little back and forth on platform 3, but it never went up and down, just side to side, so he gets the 3 white lights.
On platform 1, we're going to be having the next 3 people after Maya all attempting the same weight.
Yeah, a lot of people wanting those 70s over there and 72.5s.
They're essentially pressing their body weight and then some, which is insane if you really think about it. Strong bench from platform 2.
Platform 3, strong bench as well. That looked really easy. He should definitely add another 7.5. That was a good jump for him for sure.
Laura Klimova on platform 2 with her 62.5 bench. 3rd attempt. Courtney Bedford representing Auburn.
Yeah, and you could kind of see on Laura's on platform 2 that when she went down on the bench, she hit her chest really hard, and it kind of bounced up and down a little bit there, so that's going to indicate a loss of tension, which is why she was unable to complete the lift on that attempt. You really want to look for the lifter to lower the bar in a controlled, smooth method and pause without any of that bounce or hitting their chest.
Courtney not able to get her second attempt bench. She's going to come back for her third. Yeah, it's definitely one of those things where, I don't know, some athletes just feel more comfortable if they just drop the weight.
Yeah.
And more power to them, you know? What works for them, works for them.
The most efficient competition bench presses, you talk about practicing a touch-and-go bench, and you do have to pause in that competition, but you're going to want to do a touch-and-go type, lowering down to that chest area where you aren't pressing down on your chest and you just meet
Yeah, I
it
was
at the top.
it's less of letting the weight rest on your chest versus it just touching it.
Yeah.
And giving the illusion that it's resting on it.
The lifters definitely, they don't want to let the weight rest on their chest because you're going to see a lot of that weight rests on the chest like for Ella it just did. Now she's fighting through a sticking point. No, unfortunately, that's going to be
it can break their form.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what it's really going to do is when you rest that on your chest, you're going to lose that shoulder tension and that brace in that abdomen area.
Yeah.
And you'll see our women over on platform 1 and 2 will utilize a little bit more of an arch than some of our men, especially because our men are competing in the equipped category, and many equipped lifters will use less of an arch so the arch reduces that range of motion, but the bench suits that they wear will get more power from them if they have a little bit more of that increased range of motion and they stretch out the shirt a little bit, going a little bit lower.
That was quite a pause on platform 1.
Marley on
Quite
2
a
looks like
pause.
she's got a good arch going on.
The bar must have been in motion.
And a good bench as well, yeah.
You don't get the press command until the bar is almost completely motionless on your chest, so you really do have to control it.
So we have Hannah coming out on platform 1, having a little bit of a rough day. She did miss her first attempt, and then she timed out on her second attempt, but she's here. She's taking the time. She's rested. She's attempting that same weight. So let's give her a little bit of love and support as she goes for a 62.5 kilogram bench press.
Look, she's just a deadlift specialist. She's gonna get it back. Oh, it's all right, Hannah.
And just not there on the bench today either. But yeah, like you said, deadlift specialist.
We'll see. You know, I hope so. Michael on platform 3. Textbook. Elena representing Texas Tech on platform 1. This should be a good bench.
Battle of the technical schools on 1 and 2 with
Right,
Texas Tech and Virginia
right?
Tech.
I'm telling you, I didn't know Texas had this many schools.
Yeah.
Virginia as well.
Big powerlifting state, Texas.
See, I didn't know that. That was like all football.
I think it's a big sports state in general.
No, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
It's just a big state in general.
Generally, yeah.
But Texas is going to have a lot of those good lifters come from there initially. They are a big powerlifting state just because they have that high school powerlifting federation where a lot of lifters can get started earlier.
Oh, yeah.
And Wisconsin has a good high school powerlifting federation as well, so you're going to see a lot of good lifters farmed out of Wisconsin. Ariane on platform 3, a little bit of an interesting technique there. I think he kind of keeps his elbows in, so he doesn't get quite as much stretch out of that equipped shirt that he wears competing in that equipped category. A lot of equipped lifters will kind of keep their elbows out wider so that they can get more of the benefit from that equipment. But he got the lift very nicely. begin over on 4, opening with a 152.5. Making swift progress over on platform 1 on that third bench attempts for that second flight over there. Kind of hear the air horns in the background as these teams cheer for their lifters, trying to make them know that their team is behind them and that their presence is felt, so that these lifters get that extra motivation to work extra hard on these bench presses.
I haven't heard of the bugle guy yet. I'm waiting for him. I need to see a Raging Cajun power lifter. I can hear that.
And Jaden really is fighting on platform 4, and the judge calls for him to take it. Unfortunately, it's a no lift. It definitely had a little bit of up and down in the middle, so the judge called for them to take it as he just could not get it up all the way.
Sydney
it
also
was really
not able to
close.
Get her bench.
Get a little bit better of a brace next time, and I think he has that.
Courtney reattempting her second attempt, platform 1.
And Edward is stuck halfway and unfortunately has the spotter help, so that's a no lift as well. Mason took a 5-kilo jump from his opener to 122.5 and failed that 122.5, so he's going to have to make some technical adjustments to make it on this third lift. Yeah, and for Courtney, that 72.5 just doesn't really come off the chest at all.
Yeah.
When Courtney was lifting, I noticed that she has a little bit of a wider leg position on bench. Sometimes I think that that can be detrimental to the leg drive if it's too wide of a base. Because on bench, leg drive actually is a very important thing. You joke about leg day and arm day, but really bench is in powerlifting turning into a full body exercise. With the use of those legs, this core, and shoulders and arms.
Barrera not able to get his first attempt on platform 4.
Yeah, looked like kind of maybe that bar started falling backwards a little bit towards that head judge, towards his head. So the spotter said, not today, and took that unfortunately. And on platform 4, we're going to have Dalton up next. He is in the lead after squat. He had that 300 kilogram, that really tough squat. And so he's going to try and open with a 170 here. We'll see if he makes it look easy or not.
Guinevere with her third attempt on platform 2.
platform 1, we did just see the last 2 athletes attempt 75, and the next 2 athletes, including Angelin, will also be attempting that 75. That is a weight that a lot of people want, I think just because it is that red plate bench press with the reds and the collar on there, the collars being the 2.5 to get you to 75. So a lot of people want to say that they benched the plate. Unfortunately, we have had 3 failures at that weight, so hopefully our next athlete, Celeste, can nail it.
Oh my God, there's my bugle, or my trumpet, whatever it's called. I feel like he learned it just so he could support his athletes here. A little bit of a rocky start by Cody.
Oh, easy.
That's good.
Easy for Cody.
Celeste didn't get her bench on platform 1.
And he celebrates that opener with his team in the crowd.
Sarah and Ella going up at the same time.
All right, next up on 4, we have Will. This is our second flight. These are our top-seeded guys in this 75 equipped category, and Will had that 290 squat, so he's behind by 10 kilos coming out of the squat to Dalton, who had that 300, but Dalton did a 170 bench, and Will's going to do a 182.5, so if he makes this, he will actually move into the subtotal lead.
Good press from Sarah on platform 2.
And he does get that with 3 white lights. So that does move him into that subtotal lead with a 472.5 subtotal. Just ahead of the second place, 470 subtotal. And it looks like, however, that Dalton is going to out deadlift everybody in that group by a significant amount.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I mean,
Rogelio's going to have a higher deadlift than Dalton, and Jaden is going to have the highest as well, but he's going to be towards that top, so he might be able to take that lead back. Yes, and these are just their preliminary openers that they submitted at weigh-ins this morning. So athletes actually can change their openers if they are feeling good in the warm-up room, or maybe they're bluffing a little bit, trying to play out some strategy, maybe see what their other competitors are putting in for their openers before they do theirs. Maybe you're debating between a 170 and a 172.5 opener, and your competitor opens with a 170, so then you say, okay, I'll do the 172.5 so that I can lift after them and know what they did. So sometimes people will bluff their openers, especially on deadlift specifically, just because they want to know where they're at subtotal-wise and what their competitors are moving into that deadlift positioning to fight for those final placements.
We're going to be starting deadlifts on platform 1 in around 10 minutes.
Yeah, we're on our third bench attempts on platform 3.
And he's not able to complete the lift.
All right, so now we're going to move to our first attempts for the second flight on platform 3. And we do have a lifter, Jake, who unfortunately bombed out on squat, who has indicated that he will not be bench pressing today. So there's a couple reasons why they might make that decision to not continue to lift after they have bombed out on a lift. He has indicated also that he will not be deadlifting. He might not just be feeling well. If he's feeling sick, there might not be a point in it. If he can't get a team total and he's feeling sick, his coaches might just say rest so that you don't hurt yourself. because powerlifting can cause injury if you lift when you're not feeling well. Maybe he hurt himself on that squat, and that's why he was unable to do that. So if he hurt himself already on that squat, he might not want to compete. But the other reason could just be he could be emotionally exhausted. I mean, you're at nationals and you fail out on squat, unfortunately, which does happen. You might just kind of have lost that motivation to continue for the day. So there's a couple different reasons, and we don't know for sure why, but we do know that he will not be continuing today. Ooh, and that was a really nice catch from the spotters on platform 4. Joseph kind of really misgrouped that one. It came off a little awkward.
I'm hoping that on platform 3 we don't get a continuation of the streak that we had before. I mean, what we could see from that is that, honestly, when it comes to third attempts on squat and missing it, it could be a morale loss. So you really want to be able to – they're probably going to fight to get their openers going because they need it right now for inspiration, for morale.
Yeah, so all those misses that we had on platform 3, it depends on the athlete, but it is going to have a little bit of an individual effect. Some of those athletes are going to say, oh, I missed my second and my third attempt and I'm mad. Then they're going to go out and bench really well because they want to make up for those lost kilos. And then some of the other athletes are going to just be kind of disappointed in themselves, or like you said, lose a little bit of that morale, and just kind of that momentum might swing downwards. So what you have to do as an athlete is really try and change that momentum. If you mess up a lift, you have to go out and kill the next one. You can't linger too long. They always talk about you have to have a selective memory in powerlifting.
Yeah, that is something that I recounted when I was doing my lifts, is that, hey, if I miss a lift, I can be sad about it for like 5 seconds, and I gotta just go out and do the next lift.
For
that's
sure.
What these athletes are doing today.
Because, well, you need to remember your good lifts and be proud of them, and your PRs, and say, I hit that, I can do this weight if I hit this, you know.
Yeah.
But then you also have to, if you miss something, have to be willing to move on and try it again. Or if you miss something, sometimes it's good to remember it if it's like at the end of a competition, because it motivates you for next time.
Yeah.
So if you're not a person who you can use that miss as a form of motivation, then you just have to forget about it.
Yeah. Either way, you miss a lift, you got to come out swinging, period.
Yeah. We already did have that a first attempt miss,
Yeah,
that
but
115 in this second flight. So hopefully we don't see too many more of those. But Jackson, no doubt, that was an easy opener. Warm-up weight, I'm sure they just play it safe with the openers to make sure he can get that in and record a total. Hayden getting some good stretch from that shirt, and it slings right back up. That was a good bench press from Caden.
Good bench from Jacob, good bench. Platform 1 will be turning in about 5 minutes, and we're going to be starting with deadlifts. Some whistles in the crowd.
And I think those whistles were probably for Aaron.
Oh, Trevor cutting
I feel
it
like
close.
I remember them last time as well.
Like, barely got the command.
Maxon on platform 3, opening with 137.5, opening with that more than 300-pound bench press.
Brogan with the fanfare on platform 4. Telling you, no support like a Raging Cajun.
Yeah, they might not be necessarily the biggest team here, but I think they might win for the loudest. They are one of the bigger teams. I just don't think they're the biggest team here.
Would you say Midlands is the biggest?
I
Is that
think
why
so.
they're edging people out in the sport, or in the points, I mean?
Yeah, well, and what Midland does is they will bring full delegations in each category. So if they maybe don't have somebody competing in an equipped class or whatnot, they will have one of their raw lifters who is qualified come or to do a competition equipped and come compete equipped.
Gotcha.
Or they will have their equipped lifters do a raw competition to qualify to fill in a raw category when necessary, which is smart because it does maximize their team scoring and maximizes the number of athletes they get to bring to nationals. But that is why they have the biggest team delegation, is because they have full rosters.
Maxon should be good. It didn't look like up. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I guess there was a little bit of up and down. I thought it only paused halfway, but I guess not. Rare finishing strong. And
Yeah,
Tessa
goes
stopped.
good,
They got to
but
take the bar.
he does get the 3 white lights.
Down to our last second attempts on platform 2.
Still on openers on 1.
Yeah. Still got a couple more of those.
Or, sorry, on 2. 2 more openers. Very smooth from Allie. Oh, but she does get the 2 red lights. Maybe she wasn't. I think that probably lost contact with the bench, which is what that reason why you're going to get kind of those side calls is that contact with the bench. So
we have a world record attempt on platform 2. Haley's doing 246 pounds.
And just a reminder, she did nab that American squat record earlier with that 172.5 because the other lifters failed to hit their lifts after her. So she could be leaving with both the American record on squat and that world record on bench.
Let's go, Haley.
And this is her opener, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that's actually ridiculous. That means that this is something that she has probably done in the gym numerous times and is very comfortable with it.
Yeah, she was our only medalist from that 67.5 class last year that returned this year to either class, the 65s or the 70s. Easy.
Crazy.
That was a well thought out opener. She nabbed that record, gets an easy lift, and she's going to go up for her second one for sure.
How much do you think she's going to go up by?
It was a 112. I know people like to take 5s on bench, but you might wonder if she goes a little bit more, maybe
Like
a
7
7,
and a half?
a 118, 119.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, it moved very well.
Just because of how easy that was.
Yeah. We got Dalton on platform 4.
We'll see. We'll wait for her to put in the attempt. Oh, she went 120.5, so she'll attempt that at the end of the second flight. And honestly, yeah, I mean, that's 8.5 kilo jump, so.
Yeah. I have no doubt in my mind that she'll get it.
Yeah. It is interesting, the attempt selection, when you are chipping your own record and you can pick and you can pick any weight you want, including those half kilo or whole kilo increments, because you are breaking that record and you can chip how they pick the numbers, because they do have more options. It's not just the 2.5, 5, 7.5
Yeah, it doesn't restrict you to that. And I think that's cool too, because she easily could have just let me just play it safe, do 2.5 more, but she said no, like I want to lift this weight.
She got that record and she wants to expand that record so she can keep it for a long time.
And I respect that. And we got our deadlifts on platform 1. Miss Ostermeyer coming out with 115.
Rayleigh. who had come, yeah.
Deadlifts is the reward for the athletes. They've trained so hard. They probably woke up at like 4 in the morning, got here, and have been just giving their heart out all day. So this is really where you'll see the athletes shine, the crowd and the audience go absolutely berserk. Like this is where powerlifting comes together.
Yeah, and that was an easy, smooth opener. So it's what you like to see on deadlifts.
Yeah.
On any lift, really.
Let's go, Olivia.
Oh, and Will drops that forward. So he will have to try and take that lead on his next bench attempt. I would expect him to stay at that same weight, likely. And a good one. Oh, unfortunately, a no lift. I am platform 3. I just kind of missed the beginning of it, but it looks like he got some blue lights for that up and down.
Jackson Slatovich doing his 3rd attempt bench on platform 4.
Yeah, starting us off with those 3rd bench attempts on 4. Smooth press from Fernanda. Nice 75. Talk about attempt selection and bench, and you see these guys over on platform 4 are heading into their 4th attempts. It can be really easy to miss those 4th attempts or overshoot the attempt selection for any given day. So the athletes really have to rely on and kind of trust their coaches and handlers to help them pick out that weight. Of course, they do have the pre-planned weight attempts selected going into the competition, but they will have to be tough enough to modify those if necessary.
Yeah, and that honestly shows the value of having a good coach, because the second you put in a number, you can't go down from it. So
and
it's
powerlifting is
valuable.
a sport which requires a lot of strategy just in terms of that selection, and you have to be smart about what you select, because if you select a weight that you can't do, you'll end up losing kilos than if you select a weight that's maybe just slightly higher than one you already have done but that you can do. And that just indicates a good relationship and show of trust between the coaches and the athletes, that they can have that moment and make that quick decision. They have 1 minute to submit the attempt from the time they complete their last lift, and so they have 1 minute to decide what they want to do on their next one. They evaluate quickly how the athlete's feeling, if they're confident, how they're feeling physically, and then they make that named
How the
jump.
bar moves.
They talk about maybe something if it went wrong on that last attempt. You can do this, but you have to stay tighter.
Lift is good on platform 4.
Nice 3rd bench press. 3 for 3 on bench. And walking up to platform 3 right now is Austin. Thus far in the competition, he is the only athlete remaining in his flight that has not missed a lift. Oh, I lied. Austin and Eric, but there's 2 athletes in that flight that have not missed a lift.
And he's going to keep that
And
going.
he will keep that going, yes. Solid 115. I expect him to take at least a 5 probably for his next attempt.
Alexander, on the other hand, duality of man right there. I hope that he can get his bench and doesn't bomb out on that.
Yeah, he did miss his opener, so this is a critical lift if he wants to avoid putting himself in that super pressured situation trying to hit a bench attempt on your 3rd. And you see he goes down really slowly on 3 for Alexander with that 120, and he comes up a little shaky at the top, but It looked fairly smooth, so he earns his 3 white lights.
Similar to getting the press command at the bottom, to get the start command, the bar also needs to be almost motionless. So that's why it took a minute for Alexander to get that start call.
Ray, solid 122.5. That's good. She'll probably go up to that 130, take another 7.5. 3 white lights for her. I'll tell you, platform 1 is flying along. Brogan, 162.5. Admitting and just taking that 2.5 kilo jump. He is fighting. He locks it out, but I think the judge gave that command earlier, so I think that's a no lift. Yeah, and he does get that up and down, which is why that judge called it before he had locked out. Strong press for Alyssa with that 90. 3 white lights, clear and clean, easy. Same thing for Jackson with 125. Fast press, no hesitation. Jaden is fighting and he misses it. I think he lost tension with the floor. You saw his whole body kind of moved as he brought that bar down. Starting it with the legs and the hips, he kind of shifted to the side. I believe he maintained contact with the bench, which is why he was able to continue, but he just, when losing that contact and that pressure on the way down, was unable to make the lift successfully. We have Caden from Missouri Valley College, 162.5. And that is a strong press. Excellent fight from Caden. Great attempt selection right there to get that attempt right at his max that he could get cleanly. And he gets 3 white lights. Well deserved. Moving to 175. 3 reds in the collars for a bench. 385 pounds. Rounded up to 386 for that .81 with the conversion. Michael fighting to stay in the competition, but he unfortunately will not record a bench press today. Unable to do that 170 for his first attempt or that 175 for his second or third. He'll have to come back and try and deadlift some big numbers so that he can still
he bombed out.
He's had kind of a rough day. He missed his second and third squat attempts and then all 3 bench presses as well. On platform 2, we have 3 athletes left to do their second bench attempts.
So as of now, Barrera is projected for 3rd versus what was it earlier? 6th, 5th? So
well, last year he was that champion and his qualifying total was the highest qualifying total coming into the competition. I do not remember where he was at earlier, but I do believe he has moved up in the standings, but not up enough yet to defend that national title. He has some work to do on the deadlifts yet.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it plays out on platform 4, because it's looking like it'll be a dogfight between Barrera, Dalton, etc.
All right, we do have Allie up next, who did miss her bench opener. Missed the second and third squats as well, so trying to change this momentum right now. Oh, yes, she does complete that successfully. She makes it look easy. I'm not sure necessarily what happened on the first one, but that's a good lift for her, and she could take a good jump afterwards as well. And so next up, we do have Haley Clayton, who has already claimed 2 records today, that world record on that first bench attempt and that American record on that last squat attempt, nabbing it from a number of competitors who were trying to get that squat record today. We'll see if she can up her record on bench. She has moved from 112 to 120 and a half, jumping 8.5 kilos. The 112 looks so easy. I'm not surprised she took a little bit of this bigger jump. She doesn't want to just chip her own record. She wants to crush it. And next to her, Rayleigh for deadlift number 3 with 130. Haley.
Oh my gosh.
Make that look
so
easy too. She's going to
It's
go
so
up
easy.
more. Lots more. And Rayleigh gets 3 white lights as well on one. Kind of throws the hands up in relief.
I say she'll go 125. That's my prediction. Cody. I missed it. All right. Cody. All right. Never mind.
We got John Paul on platform 3.
Nah. Cody doesn't
He
have
is a top 10
it.
returner from last year. Last year he got 10th, so I'm sure he's looking to move up this year.
Yeah.
Oh, but unfortunately he will not add to his total that 160 for bench. He does have that 152 and a half in the bag. We'll probably see him reattempt that 160 for his 3rd attempt and try it again. It came off the chest well, but got stuck at that sticking point about halfway up, so he's got to get a little bit more momentum going into that to carry that through that point in the middle.
Haley finishing her 3rd attempt.
137 and a half. That's
Pull,
300
pull, pull.
pounds.
Nice lockout.
That looked
That's a good
nice.
day. I think
yeah.
that's what, 8 for 9?
Yeah, 8 for 9 for her. Making all
Haley
of her 3rd
Clayton
attempts.
with a 125.5 3rd bench attempt.
And right now on platform 2, you will note that we did go to Stacy with 72 and a half. She has been awarded a relift. There's a number of reasons that the athletes can be awarded a relift at the end of the flight. Oftentimes, maybe if the bar was misloaded, they'll be awarded a relift at the end of the flight on their initial attempt, or sometimes if the caller did not call them out appropriately, they can also file a protest. But either way, she made that look nice and was awarded that. We'll see what she puts in for her 3rd attempt. Just goes up the 2.5 to 75. Jace missed his opener, needs his 2nd. 162 and a half goes down and up and is locked out. I think it'll be good. 3 white lights, a little scream from him.
Ah!
Over on platform 1, we have 5 athletes left to do their last bench attempt in this first flight. Platform 4, it looks like, has about 9 minutes until they start their deadlifts as well.
A little bit of up and down from Mary. That's all right. Strong second press from Brady, no doubt about it. Our world record breaker, Haley, is coming out to platform 2 soon, so make sure to keep your eyes on that. That was a strong pull for a little bit of up and down.
Yeah, it was a good
That
pull.
lean forward a little bit.
A little catchy at the top. Some of that up and down quite on that lockout.
That's one of the tricky things about lockout. You don't want to go too far back because then the bar might lurch you forward. You might get soft knees because of it. So it's really one of those tricky things. You want to find that sweet spot on the lockout.
Yeah, and sometimes if you go too far back, you can also get accused of supporting the bar on your thighs by leaning too far back and having that angle.
Yeah, no lie about that.
Which is that's also a cause for a red light. So
let's go, Ava. I'd say that's good.
I think that's a good pull for her. She paused, but she did not go down.
That's my goat.
2-1. The judges agree with us. Good lift for Connor on his second attempt.
Marissa's got some fans in the crowd.
Yeah, you love to see the athlete make their third deadlift and just know they made it when they get to the top and they have that moment of excitement where they can just be proud of themselves for a moment. You only hold that bar up there for a half second or a second, but I tell you, when you're out there with that bar in your hands, that's just a moment you remember forever when you make that third deadlift at Nationals. And so Alicia is going to close off our third deadlifts here for this first flight on platform 1, and we'll move immediately to flight 2. Let's see, 152.5. Pull.
Ooh, soft knees.
And I just don't think she got the lockout there, unfortunately, yeah.
Later throughout the day, as y'all watch, you're going to notice that men and women alike are both going to be pulling with the same form at sumo. You know, the higher of a level that you get, the more, you know, you're going to try and use every technical advantage that you can get to squeeze out every last pound or kilo.
Yeah, and something that's interesting is, in my opinion, I think a lot of the middleweight and lighter weight lifters will use that sumo, and then a lot of more of our heavier weight lifters will tend, I think the majority, to pull conventional.
Yeah.
And that just has to do with the individual lifters' leverages. A lot of the lifters that we're going to see later this weekend that are in those larger weight classes are maybe a little bit taller, and so the sumo might be harder for them to get in a good position.
Yeah, with their big legs, they can be very explosive, which is aiding a lot for getting out of the hole and off the ground with sumo, or conventional, I mean.
Emily, third attempt bench press on platform 2. Alexander has to wait, but he's awarded with 3 white lights for his patience.
Courtney with a very strong opening conventional. Eric hyping us up. No, wait. He's not wearing the sunglasses no more. Where the Pit Vipers?
Nah, probably hard on bench. He needs to be able to just see a little bit more. Kendra walking out in that A7 singlet. Shout out to them for being our sponsor this year and last several years for USA Powerlifting and for Collegiate Nationals specifically.
Yeah, you won't really find a brand that is as not only functional but as stylish as A7. Like, I can say that I would, confidently, along with these athletes, wear their stuff in and outside the gym and make very quality clothing, and they have supported us for as long as we've known, along with LMNT, Sour Strips, and Pioneer. Very thankful for all our sponsors. And Hannah Miller coming out. Hopefully she can get this first deadlift, and even if she doesn't, it really just goes to show the courageousness of the athlete.
But she
for
makes
still
that
coming out and doing
easy.
it.
She definitely got that.
That's my deadlift
She kind
specialist.
of walks away. You can see she looks a little bit angry as she walks away. Angry that she's had maybe a little bit of a rough day. But it's good for her that she has kept going and elected to continue. We have had other athletes that have elected not to continue. So to have that mental strength and fortitude to stay out there and keep trying and fight through maybe not feeling well or being tired is good for her.
Yeah. There's just a multitude of factors that play into it. Diet, sleep, fatigue. There's so much stuff that goes into powerlifting behind the scenes.
See Celeste on one with her opener rocking that baby powder.
Platform 4 is going to be coming back momentarily. And we'll be starting our deadlifts with Charles.
Good lift for Maxon. That was strong, and 3 white lights to go with it. And you'll see we have welcomed back platform 4.
Let's go, Alyssa. Let's go, Alyssa. Nice, strong. Sophia Mancinelli on platform 1. Opening us up with 130. Make sure to keep your eyes peeled on platform 2, y'all. Haley Clayton will be breaking the world record again with 125.5. Nice from Sophia, nice.
Weston's going to come out on platform 3 and do a 160.
Tessa did not get
matching
her bench.
his first 7.5 kilo jump to another 7.5 kilo jump to this 3rd attempt. He made his last attempt look real good, if I remember correctly.
Okay, some motivation. Woo! I don't know who we're cheering for. Woo!
It's Midland. They've got 2 athletes up right now, both benching, both doing 3rd attempts. So they're going to make them feel some love.
I know that's right. Nice from Weston.
And Weston makes that look like money.
Let's go, Macy. Reattempting her 2nd attempt. Not able to get it.
Not there today. It really doesn't come off the chest. It came up a little bit, but immediately went back down.
Smooth work from Angelin.
And John Paul looking to take a 160. He missed it earlier. Can he make it this time? And he fights. He fights. And
Doesn't
I
look like he got
don't
it now.
think he locked it out.
I think his butt might have come off the bench a little bit too. It's hard to tell from the, the live stream angle.
Yeah, so as you see all these lifters performing all these miraculous feats of strength, it is worth noting that this is collegiate nationals. So every athlete that is here is, one, qualified and is an exceptional and fabulous powerlifter, but two, are full-time college students in good standing with their universities. So that means that they have to uphold both a standard of excellence in powerlifting and academics. So a lot of these athletes will go to school full-time, obviously, and have several classes a day, and then after class will go to practice, or maybe they might go to practice in the morning before class. But it's they have to try and figure out that good balance and work with their teammates to try and figure out that good balance for everybody. A lot of it has to do with just making sure they have enough time to get things done. They have to set aside time for homework after practice, or they might have to just give themselves some extra time to sleep for rest and recovery, both from the academic grind of college and the work that they put in every day in the gym.
And I think it's really a testament to their self-determination. When it comes to powerlifting, it's not like it's a sport as famous as football or basketball. So there's not going to be a coach hired by the school and all the powerlifters have to come after and do all the practice. It's a lot of self-determination. They find the time to go to their classes. They find the time to practice. They find the time to do with their coaches. They find the time to do all this. So I think it's really a self-determination kind of thing.
So many of All right, so you see Elena is loaded up 125 on the bar for her second deadlift. But first, you're going to see Hickley Clayton walk up to that same 125, and she's going to bench press it with 125 and a half, actually.
Yeah, she's coming out.
To break her own world record for the second time today. She made the last one look easy. She took a little bit of a smaller jump from the first to the second as the second to the third. So I think she can get this.
So easy.
Yeah, and that
so
was good.
That's my
she
world
could have gone
record
higher,
right
but I think it was a wise attempt
record.
selection just to get that third one
That's
in
my
there.
world record.
And she, I believe, is.
Let's just say, stand up on that bench. Oh, no, that's right.
Yeah,
Boy,
get that stand on the bench. She's
Hey.
screaming.
Hey, Midland might, you know what I'm saying, be leading them points, but that's the people's champion right there.
Yeah, and I just wanted to correct something that we said a moment ago. A lot of these colleges will have hired coaches by the school.
Oh, not for where I come from.
So
That's for like the smaller towns.
Midland
I guess,
has their coaches are hired by the school. I know at Concordia we've got Freddie Miles, Chevy Stout. They're both employed by the school as our coaches.
Oh, well, from the Georgia, like the place that I visited, like especially in Georgia, they don't have that. It's a lot of the students having to do it on their own.
So I do believe that schools like Davenport and McKendree and Friends University as well also have teams with paid coaches. And sometimes these coaches will also do other things. I know Chevy at Concordia is also in charge of strength and conditioning for some other sports teams, but he's our assistant powerlifting coach, and that's one of his main roles. So a lot of the programs that offer scholarships, I guess, for powerlifting will also have those hired-in coaches to manage that. And on platform 3, We have 2 benches left. We're starting with Brady Price, a 182.5. This is 400 pounds. He's moving right now, and he makes it look like the bar. That was easy. He is having a good day on bench, so he'll have to try and carry that momentum into the deadlift. Way to come back after having a little bit of rough on squat. He missed 2 of them. He missed his opener and his 3rd lift. And he's going to get followed by Connor Rutland, looking to bench an even 200 kilos.
Come on, Connor.
Yeah, you'll see Connor is only benching 12 kilos less than he squatted, so, that's what he's trying to do right now, so maybe a little bit of a bench specialist we got going on here. Just an exceptional bench from Connor, if he can get this.
Yeah, it's usually pretty rare that you see a squat and bench so close like that, unless they're a bench specialist.
And he is an equipped lifter, so maybe with his bench he has learned how to utilize that equipment better.
So if he's having a pretty good day, you know.
Oh,
Only
yeah,
missed 1 lift.
that looked good. And it was 3 white lights, and you can kind of see he's struggling with that equipped bench shirt, but he celebrates on the bench,
on
and
the
he's
bar.
excited.
Crazy.
Well-deserved
I know that's
celebration.
right. I know that's right. Okay.
Yeah, and so platform 3 is going to move and get ready for deadlift now. They're going to take a little break and set up for that.
Little bit on Jaden. They might not give it to her. Oh, they got it to her? Yeah, okay, cool. You.
Got openers over on platform 4. Daniel, 217.5. Angelin on her 2nd lift, 145.
Easy on platform 4.
Solid from Daniel.
For any families watching at home, if you guys see the people running around with the cameras, that is going to be Barbell Productions. If you have an athlete competing and you would like to get a package for them, just go to barbellproductions.com and be sure to order your packages. They take photos of any and every lifter. Nice from Ava, nice.
And it looks like Danyar is going to time out his opener over on platform 4.
Why do you believe he did that?
It could be intentional or it could be accidental. Sometimes we've been discussing how the equipped lifters might. Yeah, and you see here that judge is. Oh, the judge is going to let him go. I wonder if they didn't announce the bar was loaded and they started the clock early. Okay, good. So we are going to see this 217.5 from Daniel.
Nice.
Yeah, and worth the wait for us. That was a beautiful lift.
I was going to say it would have been weird because he's only missed one of his attempts, and that was his first squat. So he's been having a good day.
Sometimes the board might start that clock a little bit before that head judge has called it, or if the head judge called for an adjustment of the bar after they had started the clock and they didn't pause it, that can be a bit misleading as well. Kevin follow him with an opener of 220 from San Jose State University.
Courtney trying to finish strong here. She won't be able to get it off the ground.
It just happens sometimes.
Yeah.
Three hardest parts of the deadlift. The very first part where you're pulling off the ground, where you cross your knees, and where you lock out. So those are usually where you're going to see athletes get stuck. You're not going to see a ton of athletes get stuck at mid-shin or mid-thigh necessarily, but you're going to see them have issues with that lockout or at the knees.
She walked forward a little bit, but I don't think the bar moved. Yeah, she's good. Strong day from Elena. Good job to her. She went 9 for 9. Good job. That's very hard to do at such a high, you know what I'm saying, level that this sport is.
Yeah.
Because those refs will call you if they see something wrong. So the fact that she went 9 for 9, very technical. She's got a very good coach in her corner.
Yeah, and props to her and her coach for the attempt selection to go 9 for 9 too, because that can be hard as well. Sometimes even harder than trying to lift that.
And shout out to A7, our stylish and functional brand.
See, it looks like Maya's got that A7 singlet on. You can see that logo reflected as she went up.
You'll see a lot of the athletes wear it, and for good reason. It's a very good brand.
Yeah, and all the spotters and loaders, their outfits are all provided by A7 as well, so they can match. Looking all cute. Excellent lift from Ella. Strong third deadlift. She should feel good about that. She went up to 2.5 kilos and she earned it with two white lights. So that's a good lift. Just getting those extra kilos any way you can.
Celeste Vargas representing Worcestershire Polytechnic Institute. I'm very proud of myself that I was able to say that.
Yeah, and so as these athletes come out to do their deadlifts and they fight for those final placements, when the meet is over, something that goes unnoticed a lot in powerlifting because it's not on the live stream is a lot of these athletes will be selected for randomized drug testing. USA Powerlifting is the choice for clean and safe strength, clean drug-free strength sport. So the athletes will compete here and they can trust that their competitors and themselves are all clean, and then they do drug tests at the end of every competition. They drug test a minimum of 10% of all the lifters, I believe, and that's just supposed to be randomized drug testing. And the athletes can sometimes have to stay really late. We had that third session that didn't get over until nearly 11 last night, and athletes had to stay and get drug tested, the ones who were selected for that drug testing. But it is something that when you sign up for your USA Powerlifting membership and you agree to compete in a competition, you know going in is that USA Powerlifting expects you to be a clean athlete, so you have to uphold that standard, and they will verify that.
So parents, friends, family, and athletes, you can know that with USAPL, you will be safe, and it's a good league to be in.
And sometimes the athletes kind of joke that it's an honor to be drug tested because it means that they think you're incredibly good.
Some people will keep their I know that athletes that get drug tested, they'll keep that the paper that they have to like sign.
A lot of the athletes will take pictures with their paper telling them that they have to go take a drug test and
frame it, plaque it, put it on a wall.
It's kind of a prideful moment for a powerlifter the
Definitely
first time they get selected for drug testing. Obviously, it's just like, it's a little awkward, but. Hannah Miller turning it around here with the deadlifts, walking up on platform 1. She's getting ready to pull 150. Come on, Hannah.
Let's go, Hannah.
Yeah, and she has that. So she starts the day a little bit rough, but she finishes 3 for 3 on deadlift, and she kind of walks away relieved that she was able to turn that around.
We got platform 2 starting with our openers. Ms. Del Orco. Sophia Mancinelli finishing strong on platform 1.
Yeah, platform 1 thus far in the deadlifts is just having a good day.
Yeah, platform 1.
Everybody on platform 1 this second flight has made their first and second deadlift attempts, and everybody in the first flight made first and second deadlift attempts as well. And a good number of athletes making their thirds and making them look easy. Got some strong athletes over on platform 1.
Maria Wynn and Angelin coming out at the same time. You can hear the cowbells from Louisiana State University. Three more lifts on platform 1, and they will be done, so make sure to stand behind our lifters at home. Let's go, Angelin. Oh, that's strong. Good lockout. What a good day, ain't it? Yeah.
Looks like a good lift for Daniel. Yes, it is. On platform 4, we just have 3 second attempts left, and then we're going to move into the third deadlifts for this first flight.
Laura moving that bar like how it's supposed to move for our first attempt. Love to see it.
Yeah, so when you see these athletes walk up to their deadlifts, they walk up to their deadlifts with just this sense of determination of, I got this, let me pick up this bar. They've already proved themselves. They've squatted already, they've benched already, and they are ready to finish out their day strong or correct wrongs maybe that happened earlier in the day. But when you walk up to the deadlift, you have to be determined and you have to be fierce. When you walk up to the squat, I think you have to be thinking, gotta make depth, I gotta listen to the commands. It's your first ones, you're a little bit nervous. And when you go up to bench, you have to be making sure you're paying attention to that technical execution. So on the squat and the bench, you have to be a little bit more calm going up. But deadlift, before you go up, you can kind of get into the mood and hype yourself up a little bit as you walk up to that bar. And then if you hype yourself up and get yourself enough adrenaline, you'll be able to pull more than you otherwise might be able to. And you can put that bar down and just feel the weight of the world come off your shoulders. All right, last lifter for this second round on platform 4. Yeah, and he makes that look good. Platform 4, that first flight, everybody made their second attempt deadlift. So we've got a good streak going on over there. And you'll see Julian on 3. We talked about him earlier, pulling that 75, 75, and 75 just to get that team total for his team. Incredible work today to be there for his teammates and add to that team score. All right, third attempt deadlifts on platform 4. Trevor taking a small jump, just to that 212.5, the smallest jump he could take. But it is more than his last one, so he will need just a slightly better pull to get this all the way up. And he's trying, but he unfortunately cannot. He almost had it there. He had it above the knees and just was a little bit too far forwards. Openers on platform 3 getting started.
Let's go, Daniel. Finish strong, finish strong. Now, you might wonder why when you see them deadlifting, why they jerk the bar like that. That's what's referred to as pulling the slat. And it's essentially just making the lift easier for yourself. You're kind of picking the bar up off the ground without actually picking it up off the ground. It's very technical. Powerlifting isn't just a brute strength thing. It's a lot of technicalities that go into it.
Edward is going to open with over 400 pounds on 3, and Andrew is going to close with 237.5 kilos on 4. Three strong deadlifts across the bar from all 3 athletes. Andrews, unfortunately, is a no lift for that up and down at the top, trying to lock out. Abby from the Navy on platform 2, 152.5. Yeah, and we mentioned we have so many teams here today. We do have teams from the Navy, the Army, and the Air Force included in those respective academies and schools that are here competing as well in the team competition. So those athletes have to balance being a college student, an athlete, and part of those armed forces branches.
Very snappy from Taylor.
Yeah. Should have left that one in the warm-up room. That was fast. I think that for these lifters out here, being the collegiate athletes they are and having multiple things in life, you start to realize that when you do things, you have to do them for the love of what you're doing. When you're doing your sport, you have to love your sport. When you're doing your major in college, you should pick a major you love. And I think powerlifting is one of those things that teaches you to see progression over time, and you grow to see that progression. And it's one of the only things in life where numerically you get to see that progression. If you do other sports, you're not going to be able to say, oh, I got 2% better since a month ago. But in powerlifting, you do get to see that with those tracking of that maxing and lifting out. So I think that powerlifting and the training and the way that it works kind of teaches you to trust in the process.
Yeah, the athletes that you see before y'all today are probably the most time-managed and self-disciplined people on this earth.
Yeah, and many of these athletes that are lifting today have been lifting for many years. Some of them were previous high school nationals competitors and now have made it to collegiate nationals. Many of them are multiple-time collegiate nationals championship appearances. And what you notice is that maybe that their first collegiate nationals, they were in that earlier flight. They were in those lower seeds, and now they're in that top group. So they trusted the process, and they kept going, and they worked from maybe not qualifying to being in that top group of athletes potentially. We're on third attempt deadlifts on platform 4. Left on platform 4, and then we'll move down to that next flight.
A little bit of up and down movement on platform 4 for Jacob, I believe.
See Gino over on platform 4, give him some love. He's the main announcer for some of these big USA powerlifting events, and sometimes powerlifters, it's kind of an honor to be announced by Gino, and he really brings the energy to these meets. You see him ringing that bell trying to support Rohan from the University of Texas. And unfortunately, not quite enough energy there because we got a no lift 2-1.
And we'd also, along with the spotters and loaders, we'd also like to shout out the refs, the referees. They're here all day, and it's nice for the athletes, you know, once they finish it up, to walk around and shake or fist bump the referees, since they come there to, you know, come out here and give their time. There goes our Raging Cajuns, playing that bugle, trumpet, trombone thing.
You see Cody on platform 4 with that Pioneer cut belt.
Talk about Pioneer real quick.
Yeah, so you can see that his belt, he's got the 2 angles of the cut on that belt. He has that A7 belt, but it is that Pioneer cut. They do have that trademarked with the double cut pattern. So basically what it does is instead of the inch increments on belt, you can use half-inch increments, and you can adjust your belt to the correct tightness that you would want. Pioneer also does have that PAL, that PAL lever that has that same kind of adjustment to make the micro adjustments on your belt. Yeah, and platform 4, as we noticed that we have started openers for the second flight. This is our flight with some of our top athletes that are contending for these placements. Just saw Ignacio Cordono. He's trying to get a top 25 place, get a team point.
Let's go, Gabrielle. Big pull, big pull.
Next up on 4, we're going to have Ryan with 2:05 as an opener. It would be interesting to see if he can make his opener and make a jump. Right now he's forecasted 11th, but if he can make his opener and maybe another lift or 2, he could sneak into that top 10. It's Eddie time on platform 3, apparently.
It is Eddie time.
He pulls through. Strong with that hook grip there. 3 white lights. And Brogan is another one of those athletes who's after deadlifts will be right on that verge of finishing on the top 10, so he's going to want some big pulls. And sneaking into that top 10, if you get 9th or higher, you do get additional bonus points for your team, so everybody's going to fight for all their placements there, even if they're not fighting for a medal necessarily. Still on second attempts on platform 2 with Milena. 152.5.
It's going to be the same attempt for Faith.
Good lift on platform 4. Thus far, everybody has been successful with their openers. It's an incredibly competitive class, so we love to see them put the weight on the bar and make those lifts, trying to keep that pressure on their competitors. Stellar for Eric at 197.5. Mason's going to come out and do the same thing. Our next athlete up on 4 is Will. We've talked about him today. He's sitting well in terms of subtotal. He does have a little bit of a lower deadlift compared to some of the other guys who are going to be fighting for these medals. So he's just going to have to pull his max because he won't know what they'll do because he'll lift before them. He does have the advantage of coming in with that high subtotal, so he has built himself some ground to potentially get a medal if he can deadlift well. He is forecasted in 4th, but he has to back that up right now. Thus far, he takes care of business.
Let's go, Marley! Representing Michigan. Easy pull from Noah.
Trevor, I think that's a little bit up and down. That might be our first miss on an opener on platform 4 for the deadlifts, and it is. Called on the side for that blue light, that up and down motion.
Marley not able to find the strength there. That's all right.
Timothy, see if he can get us back on track on platform 4.
Nice.
And I think he just did. Yep, 3 white lights. Oh, that's definitely up and down for Camden, and then he was not able to get it up, so that's a no lift for him. He will get to do it again, though.
Let's go, Kaden.
Solid opener. 3 white lights.
It's interesting to see how it comes to preferences, how much preferences play in powerlifting, because both 3 and 4 are the equipped platforms, and Kaden was wearing a deadlift suit, but our most recent lifter wasn't, Arian, I believe. He just looks like he was raw, essentially.
Yeah, so Matthew's got that equipped suit on, and so does Michael coming up. But some athletes definitely do deadlift raw in that equipped category. Deadlift is the lift where you kind of get the least benefit from the equipment. So some athletes, it might just be easier for them to train raw if they can pull a big enough deadlift on their own to uphold their subtotal. Less taxing on the body overall.
Yeah.
Just helps them train their muscles as well without relying on the equipment for all of their lifts and all of their training. So training the deadlift raw and building those muscles on deadlift might help them squat more in their equipment just by gaining those muscles instead of relying on the deadlift suit.
Dalton is coming out on platform 4, and he is forecasted for first. But as we've seen today, you can be forecasted for whatever, but if you show up, you show up, and if you don't, you don't. And it looks like he's showing up.
Yeah. If anybody wants to pass him, they're gonna have to add some serious kilos to their total, and he will likely need to miss one of his next 2 lifts.
Yeah.
Because he is forecasted 15 kilos higher than our second
Madison's
place
gonna come out here
finisher.
fired up. She wants this bad.
Yeah. Big third attempts on platform 2. Ladies are getting into it.
If she didn't already, she's definitely going to want pictures of her list. And you can get them too from barbellproductions.com. Shaking the hands of the refs. Very nice. Ryan, you are finished.
Come on, pull.
Just
Good
like how we
patience at
finished
the
that
top
lift.
there to
That's
pull
good.
smoothly through that without any hitching. And that should be a good lift. They're making him wait for it, but I expect he'll see 3 white lights come up on that board any
Jaden Brown
second.
being our heaviest opener. 300 kilos, 660 pounds.
And they're going to pull out the flag and give him the white lights.
The lift is good.
Yeah, sometimes the LiftingCast system with the judges is just can be a little bit slow every once in a while.
Be a
But
little finicky.
that's what the judges have the cards for. If they don't want to wait, they can give the actual physical card, and they'll input that into the system manually. Little spotter tripped on platform 4, trying to clean up that bar. They're trying to go so fast, he tripped over the barbell jack.
Yeah, the spotters and loaders is such an integral job because it's kind of like the pit groove for a race car. The spotters and loaders.
Yeah, and the spotters and
determine
loaders
how
take
fast
pride
the
in their
day is.
job. They don't want to be the slowest team out there. They want to keep their platform moving so that these athletes can lift.
Yeah, good spotters and loaders crew almost single-handedly determines how fast the day ends, essentially. And it's a lot of weight because they're essentially moving, you know, kilos just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah, so shout out to the spotters on platform 1 that got their platform done way before any of the other platforms. Superb speed.
Yeah, that's unparalleled speed.
I think they
Come
won.
on, Milena. Come on, Milena. Oh, my God. See, that's one thing about the difference between sumo and conventional. It's kind of a trade-off. With conventional, you're usually faster, more explosive off the ground, and then the lockout can be a little bit slow. You know, you got to push your hips through. But with sumo, it's almost the opposite. Sometimes you'll hear people screaming, be patient, because with sumo, you really genuinely have to be patient off the ground. But the second it's off the ground, usually it'll just snap right up to your hips. So it's a trade-off of sorts.
Yeah, and Cody's awarded that 195 with that big 15-kilo jump on platform 4.
Del Orco might not get it, yeah, because of soft knees, couldn't bring her hips through.
Yeah, and for now, that does put Cody projected in that top 10, projected 8th.
Miss Milagros very happy. She's had a great day. Her and her coach celebrating. You love to see that. That's what the sport is about. Gabriel has a good day. Woo! Woo! Platform 3 and 4 going at the same time. Shaping up to be quite a battle, especially on platform 4 at the end.
Yeah, on
It's
platform
gonna be a pull
4,
for
we
the
are
win.
approaching that 500-pound mark. Joseph was elected at 222.5, which is 490.
Finish it, finish it, finish it. Pull through, pull through. Ooh, a little bit of up and down on platform 2. The bar can only go direction, and that's up. Broken with the support of all of Louisiana behind them on platform 4. Camden shaking, but he's going. Gave him the down command. That's all right.
He did
Sometimes
get his
you'll
first deadlift, though, so he still gets a total for the day.
Yeah. Sometimes you'll still see athletes pulling through, and it's more of just a self thing. Like, they just want to say, like, yeah, even though I didn't get the lift in my heart, I did. But
Yeah.
sometimes it's better for them to just stop because they don't want to risk an injury.
I agree. If it's a third attempt deadlift and the judge gives you the down command, but you know they gave you the down command because you did something wrong already and you haven't locked it out, I'd just keep going. It's your third attempt deadlift. It's at nationals. Nobody's going to yell at you. You're not going to get in trouble, but you are going to have that moment, and maybe one of the Barbell Productions people can take a picture of you with your third deadlift at the top, and you can tell everybody you made it.
Barbellproductions.com for your picture packages.
Okay. On platform 4, we have Jackson, 232.5. This is 512, so we're officially over that 500-pound mark now for our upcoming next set of deadlifts.
Slatovich didn't get a little bit too much in the tank.
It's too fast on that down. Yeah, 3 and 4 got 2 teammates lifting next to each other. Lifters up next with Matthew and Trevor, both from Sam Houston State. It's kind of nice to lift next to your teammate. It's also kind of annoying because you probably want to turn over and watch them because they're probably your friend and you train with them at practice every day.
Coming up to our last attempts on platform 3. We have Aryan and Toby.
And his teammate misses, but Trevor makes that lift. Gets his 3 white lights.
Faith locking it out, Faith locking it out. Should be good. Let's see what the judges say.
Yeah.
I know she's happy.
You kind of get immersed watching deadlift just because you can see the fight and that the athletes are really putting in to get this bar up. And you see, like, we are reaching that point of the day where we're reaching these last couple pulls of the session, 4 placements. We still got a flight to go yet, or a round for this flight to go yet on platform 4. All their third attempts have yet to go. But you start to hear the crowd kind of get into it, and like they always do at Collegiate Nationals. And something that's really cool is the lifters from different teams are all sitting kind of next to each other. A lot of them are sitting with their team, but of course the teams don't have a bubble and they're kind of intermingling a little bit. But you kind of learn to start and cheer for people more than just that are on their own team.
Yeah, the powerlifting is such a niche sport, but the benefit about that too is that the camaraderie behind it is unparalleled. So the people out here, I mean, you make friends that you'll talk to for years and years and years.
Yeah, and this is Collegiate Nationals, and a lot of these lifters,
Taylor.
like I said, lift in high school. And those who lifted in high school maybe know some of the athletes on other teams. Maybe the athletes were on high school teams together but now compete for different collegiate teams, so kind of get to see our old friends.
Yeah.
there, putting up a convincing lift on 3. 2 white lights.
We're down to our last lift on platform 2, Miss Coy Watson.
Coy trying to pull 400. Pull.
Up and down.
Unfortunately, not today.
It's not there today. Caden secures a second deadlift with Missouri behind him. Now we're going to be starting our second flight on platform 2.
I think Michael set that down too fast, too early, lost control of it at the top. And the judges say the same thing, they agree. Walking away from that, Michael's gonna know that he got that up, he dropped it, he didn't get credit for it. He did unfortunately bomb out earlier, so it doesn't matter overall for his total whether the judges agree with his deadlifts or not. He's just going out there for his personal glory right now, trying to pull these weights. For some of these athletes that are fighting for a total still, the ability of the judges to red light a lift that you maybe think you should have gotten can just be soul crushing, but you got to walk away knowing you did everything you could. So as long as you put your full effort in, see where you finish on the day. Yeah, so that pull from Dalton, he is sitting in first and still forecasted in first after that, and he's good, so we'll go up more for that third deadlift. Rogelio is trying to stay in this top 5, trying to put a commanding block to get a medal. That was an exceptionally strong pull. That was clean and textbook deadlift right there. 3 white lights. And our last deadlift of the flight belongs to Jaden Brown, who's going to do 315 kilograms, 25 kilograms higher than the next highest deadlifter in this round of deadlifts. So that's amazing.
Practically 700 pounds that he's picking up.
Yeah, and on platform 3, you'll notice that they are setting up to be really close in lifting. Brady Price is currently forecasted in first. He's going to open with 215 shortly. His projected total currently is 652.5. Jace Zachary at the end of the flight is forecasted second, also with a 652.5 total, so that must mean that Brady has the body weight tiebreaker. But I expect that if Brady Price pulls his 215 and Jace Zachary pulls his next when they pulls his 252.5, when they move to go to their second deadlifts, Jace Zachary will be upping whatever Brady Price puts in by that 2.5 kilos required to beat him. Cody pulling a 202.5. He fights,
Nice
and I think
lockout.
he gets
That's
that.
very strong from him.
Yeah. Gets to put his hand in the air. Finish 3 for 3 on deadlift for the day. And walk away.
We got the Cajun crowd going crazy right now.
What's going on, guys? I just wanted to join in on the end of this exciting session with you all.
Welcome.
Weird.
Yeah, both of the men's equipped classes have good battles going on for their lifts right now. So
And Gino's
those
got the
tensions on
Cyborg
platform 3 and 4.
T1000 mask on. Sorry to interrupt you.
You're good. It is going to be a no lift on 4, unfortunately, for Ryan.
Alexander Tafoya, easy opener.
I don't know about platform 2. She like picked up and put it down and picked it up again. Yeah, I think they called it for that.
That's exactly it. Blue lights, downward movement there. Sarah Eshelman, the next lifter on platform 2.
Ignacio has a good day. It should be good for him.
Perfect call for Ignacio. 225 was exactly what he had, but downward movement means he won't get credit for it.
Yeah, another good example of how the judges at Nationals might be a little bit more picky. That might be one of those lifts that could pass at a local meet, but at Nationals, everything has to be textbook for it to count.
Nice.
Yeah. Lightning fast opener for Midlands. Who's that? Hill.
Weston Hill.
They have such a big crew back there. I mean, a lot can be said about Midland, but there are coaches running around everywhere. They are seasoned at this. No stranger to high performances at Collegiate Nationals.
The Pit Vipers are back. Yes, sir. Brogan finishing very strong. He's had a great day. I can only imagine that the support of his people aided him.
Joseph celebrates making his
right up in
final
our camera.
deadlift.
Yeah, he's going to knock it over.
We had that happen yesterday, actually.
Yeah, I heard. It was from a ref, right?
Yeah, it took us a little while to fix it.
Oh, that's great. Hey, another Midlands. Macy coming out.
Gino trips over the barbell jack.
You know.
Equip lifting, so different on the deadlift. You get a lot off the floor, and then the lockout is essentially all you. So you can get most things to your knees, and then after that, it's up to you to finish the lift.
Yeah, I was telling the people at home that's a big reason why people choose between like sumo and conventional.
Mm-hmm. Jaden Sladovic, I heard you commentating him before. Missed his second, decided to go up 5 kilos.
Bold choice, but from what I remember, it wasn't really like a strength issue.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a technical call, so it should be good.
Sometimes you get so focused on a number, you know, you're coming here, you're thinking about it for 8 weeks or something like that, and you think, you know, like, I'm going to do the number regardless.
Our world champion, Haley, is coming out for our open our deadlift.
Let's go, Haley.
He's had an absolute great day. Sladovic should be good. Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, Haley is on one today.
Yeah, she is not trying to let anybody pass her. Currently forecasted in first place by over 35 kilos. So I think that I think she's pretty locked in there for a national title today.
Has she gone 7 for 7 so far?
Yes.
She has. Wow, that is
She's
a
on
huge
fire.
reason. Yep.
day. She's going to want to commemorate that day forever by purchasing picture packages from barbellproductions.com. Make sure to get your picture packages, people.
Okay, here comes Zachary, 252.5 on the bar on platform 3. Trevor Dyke says not today. Throws up the E-Heart. Signs his time off for the platform. So what's next after these collegiate athletes? Is it back to training? Is this the big event of the year?
This is the big event of the year. They wait all year. They train all year for collegiate nationals, and then to get to even to the deadlift at collegiate nationals and pull for that podium. So this is a big moment right now for the athletes on these platforms that are in the top flights, pulling for these spots.
Stacy No there, flying with 182. That was so fast. I worry sometimes with athletes like that, they're going to over pull it and get yellow lights on the way up for that over lockout, but
yeah,
she knew exactly where to finish on that. Okay, Will Eckford coming up on platform 4, one of our contenders for top 5, currently in 4th. A lot of athletes still to pull as we're rounding out 3rd deadlifts on platform 4.
Yes, and just a reminder, you can change your 3rd attempt if you would like to pass somebody for maybe a spot or 2 higher based on what they are able to lift.
Long arms, hook gripping the bar. Setting.
That's all right.
I don't know. Did he get the down command in time? It looks like it was slipping out of his hands. Yeah, just not there. Excellent effort, Eckford. Now he's going to have to wait to see what happens.
Yeah, just not enough control at the top for that extended period of time there.
Tell you what, the skin is out for these men finishing up the deadlifts.
Yeah, I don't think any of them kept their undershirt on.
You know what? You're young. You're at collegiate nationals. I mean, there's no competitive advantage. Maybe you're a little cooler. Oh, huge effort. Crowd was going crazy for Sanford out there. Just not there today.
We're going to be finishing up on platform 4 with Dalton, Rogelio, and Jaden. It's going to be a dogfight between those two to see who's going to, place where.
Brady Price, not convincing on platform 3, but it was up.
No good.
Kind of had that same issue at the top. He overpulled a little bit, had to come forward and correct it, and had that up and down.
Gonzalez a little bit up and down, but he might be good. Yes, he is.
Ooh, final 3 pulls, platform 4.
Dalton
first, 3rd, and 2nd place.
Yeah, coming up next is Dalton. He's currently in 1st. I don't think anybody will be able to pass him. So this deadlift is just for him to potentially go 8 for 9 on the day and get all the glory just pulling that 3rd attempt at nationals.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a little pressure off when you're not pulling for placing. You just get to just go all out. Here comes Dalton Spriggs. Texas A&M, huge team this weekend. Looks like he does his school proud.
I think he got it.
Left it all on the platform.
Yeah.
Oh, the celebration. God, I love it so much.
He's going to be our national champion for the men's Equip 75 this year.
We got a Raging Cajun on platform 3, Midlands on 4.
And he shakes the hand of the judges. Good character, sportsmanship there as well. Good kid, it seems.
That should be good. Platform 3 should be fine. He returned the bar safely to the ground.
Tyrasia, 2nd attempt, 162.5 on platform 2. If you guys are watching, we have platform 2 finishing on one stream, platform 3 and 4 on the other stream. Thank you so much for joining us here at Collegiate Nationals on day 2. Session 1, plenty of lifting up ahead for the rest of the day, for the rest of the weekend. Weight classes will only go up from here.
Yeah, and see that emotion from Rogelio as he made that lift look good. Our next lifter up is Jaden. He did miss the 315.
He's going to try to pull in a 2nd now.
I see, yeah.
And yes, he is currently 3rd, and if he makes a 315, it will pull him into 2nd.
With a tie on total and a win on bodyweight, perfect coaching call. Never want to pull more than you have to. The focus. BMC needs the points here for this pull. Come on. Let's go. No.
Yeah, but he still will finish in 3rd place.
Yeah, huge effort.
Not bad at all.
All-American status.
The heart, you can see it there. You put everything out there. The emotion's finally releasing.
Yeah. So that does conclude the lifting for this session on Platform 4, but we still have athletes working on second attempts on both Platform 2 and Platform 3.
Tessa Petersell coming from my neck of the woods.
From Colorado.
In Colorado.
Austin's had a good day so far. Let's see if he can keep it up.
Easy pull for Austin. And he has made all 8 lifts today and will be looking to go 9 for 9 on his next lift. Yeah, and he's currently sitting in 12th, so maybe he'll look to go 9 for 9, or maybe he'll go for broke and try and pull into that top 10 potentially.
Two platforms remain.
Ali, Mr. Opener, going for 170.
Alexander with the focus. 12 kilo jump, 235 on the bar. Difficult, but a solid second attempt. So we are looking at deciding the winner of the women's 65 kilo weight class and the men's equipped 67.5 kilo weight class. Almost done with second attempt. 3rd deadlifts remain. This is the exciting part.
And the athletes just live for this.
Weston Hill will stay in second place with this pull. Temporarily. Look at that barbell tattoo. Oh, overpulled.
That's the trade-off.
We'll see if he stays at that same weight or goes up maybe a little bit because of that overpull.
You know what? You're this far in. You're going for placing. You're going for team points.
I think he's going up.
Yeah. You can't play safe all the time, you know? Sometimes you have to take risks.
He's got a total. He got his opener. Pull for whatever you need.
Fernanda Urrutia on platform 2. Currently in 5th, pulling into 4th with this 177.
A little bit of forward motion.
She
I
did
don't believe
get
they'll give
forward.
it to her. She's trying to lean forward. Maybe the bar did not. No.
A small change in center of balance on that one. Okay, battle of the shades on platform 3 as Robinson comes out, 252. The bling,
Pull.
the pull.
That was an exceptional pull. Very clean.
From Macy as well.
6th place for now.
Nice.
2 more second attempts left, platform 3.
Let's go, Aaron. Woo!
Aaron, 400 pounds, 182.5. It's the right call. Solid
Nice
lockout
call.
there.
Solid,
Wow.
yeah.
She just clicked it in.
And Haley Clayton comes out.
Good mental toughness from Christian there to keep pulling when it got a little hard in the middle.
Yeah, I did see him fight for that. Awesome.
Sometimes when you're pulling for a deadlift, it can be easy to get a little distracted in the middle. You start pulling, it starts getting hard, and you start thinking, oh no.
Doesn't it feel like forever
Yeah.
under that bar sometimes?
Got to keep going.
Raging Cajuns, Jay Zachary
Haley 8 for 9.
is in first. So far, this will keep him in first. If he misses it, it'll open the door just that little much more. It looks like Weston Hill is hot on his heels.
We have an American record attempt on platform 2 with Stacy.
Oh, let's go. Wow.
Easy for Jace.
Final second attempt, Stacy No, Pitt University.
It's about like 3 times.
Oh, no, the loss of balance, which sometimes does happen for sumo. It did look like the strength was there.
Yeah, and that was her second attempt, so she will get to do it again. Or more if she wants.
Mm-hmm. Seems like a deadlift specialist, sitting in 8th place, but with the final deadlift, pretty cool to kind of finish and cap that off.
Yeah. Especially if she'll be able to nab that record at the end of the next round.
Mm-hmm.
We have moved on to our third attempts on platform 3.
That's all
Tough
right, Tyler.
pull. See the frustration on his face there.
Hopefully Bermudez can get this right and get her third attempt.
Yeah, it is technical. The heavier the weight, the more everything kind of has to align perfectly for you to make pulls.
She's got it.
Brady Price in a very difficult situation, forecasted 4th. If he misses this deadlift, he is out.
Yeah, and both times he's kind of over-pulled it a little bit and had that issue at the top. So it's come
Just
off
have
the
to
ground well.
Do your job.
I think he did.
He
Yeah.
must have thought, why didn't I do that the first time?
Visual sigh of relief.
You can see Eric Chen in front of our camera on platform 4, getting great videos of the athletes. Pictures at barbellproductions.com.
God, the videos are amazing. You can just feel the energy coming off it.
Unfortunately, our pre-order only. So for this session, if you had any athletes competing, the hype videos you won't be able to get. But if you have any athletes competing in the next session, the one after that, or tomorrow or Sunday, you can definitely still get those.
Just because we have to plan to get someone there to watch you and everything, right?
We pretty much treat your athlete as a celebrity. We're like following them around, getting all their lifts in the warm-up room, background, all that stuff like that, all the intimate moments that make the videos good.
Not there on strength today, just for John Paul.
There are some shakeups. Guys, if you want to follow along these last few attempts, LiftingCast.com is the place to see exactly what we're seeing in real time. Scoreboards are updated.
Jacob, we're cheering for Jacob.
Jacob, Jacob, Jacob. Crowd is going nuts out there.
Matching that first 7.5 kilo jump he made, making another one.
Major milestone.
27.5.
Oh,
Pull.
my gosh.
Oh,
Wow.
my.
The glutes to finish that pull was out in front of him, but he saved it.
Insane
crazy.
pull.
That's
Crazy
crazy.
battle.
MU.
And that puts him in fourth
Tessa
for
fighting.
now.
Got the hips through, and
Another crazy grind. Tessa Petersol locks in 172.5.
yeah, we got a lot of 172.5s coming up.
Huge
3
celebration. Coach Ruben there, another local from Colorado.
That puts her in medal position as well. Currently fourth. Could get bumped down to fifth.
We got our Raging Cajun Connor Rutland out. You
All
hear the
business
fanfare
right
in the
now.
background. I am still convinced he learned how to play that instrument just for this.
Pulling from 5th to 4th is Rutland.
Very snappy.
Jumps one place with that pull.
Get some extra team points for Louisiana.
Charasia, representing the military, West Point Academy.
Very prestigious school.
I've heard. Oh, I still think she's got it. It's just getting it past the knees. When she would get it past the knees, she would have really pulled them hips through.
Yeah.
Sometimes, it's just not there. They might have done it in the gym, but sometimes the strength just isn't there.
It's just a totally different thing competing versus training,
Yeah, and a good way to keep the fatigue down is getting your electrolytes in. Like our sponsor, LMNT. They make good electrolytes in a wide variety of flavors, and you're sure to fuel you through your workout.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it tastes pretty good. I've used them for anything from powerlifting workouts to cycling, some cardio. I don't know if any of you powerlifters have heard of this thing. It's called cardio, but
Nah, I can't really say.
Yeah.
Sounds like a funny word, though.
It's weird. It's German, I think.
Deadlift still pulling through. I don't know.
Weston trying to avenge that 240 miss.
He's decided not to pull for first, but if he makes this, he'll be in second. Overtaking Brady Price, who pulled earlier in the flight.
Oh, look.
The
no.
bobble. It's so
all right.
frustrating because you don't get to do it again. It's your one chance. The thing about powerlifting,
I think
9 shots up there.
Yeah,
the only
have to
time
wait
they've
another
ever,
year.
the only time they've ever let something like that happen is what, Rondell Hunt in 23 at Raw Nats. The only time they've ever let somebody like pull again.
What happened? Do you remember?
Yeah, I mean, it was prime time. He came out. He missed the deadlift, but it was probably 12 o'clock at night, maybe like 1 in the morning. We were all there to watch. So he said, we want a show. And so he was like, all right, I'll pull again for y'all. And he did, and I believe he got it. Now, of course, it didn't count towards any official record, but he did it for the people.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, Alyssa on platform 2, 172. Big jump to a final attempt. Trying to make up some ground after that missed opener.
Trying to jump into the top 10.
Nice. Pull through.
It is what she has today. Looks clean to me.
I think so.
Great call.
Solid pull, Alyssa. Congratulations.
Ms. Bonuelos also coming out, finishing up for Deads.
It looks like Ile here.
I'm going to say Ile.
Yeah, on platform 2 would have been in medal contention. But a rough start on squat means that she just gets to pull 180 here. Have some fun, finish out a great competition with a little less pressure.
It's kind of like a college GPA, which, makes sense because, they're college students. But when you first get your GPA, your score, you want to start out strong. That's why squat is so important.
5 lifters remain. Platform 3, Tafoya unsuccessful, 250. Throws up the horns. Shout out Texas.
I'd say a little bit of downward movement.
For Banuelos.
Yeah. A little bit of downward, but
It's
they'll
like
call
you've
it.
watched this before.
Just a couple.
Okay, Raging Cajuns, Washington Jr.
That's my Pit Vipers. There you go. Okay.
The energy.
Okay.
Oh, man, I was
Talk
worried
to the
people
bar.
overdo it with the energy before they deadlift and kind of gas out. Sideways motion, stays with it.
Not him, though. That
Yeah.
should be good.
That's good deadlift.
Yes, sir.
Well-deserved
God.
celebratory moment.
I just love the character. Like, that's the great thing about individual skill sports like powerlifting. Like, you get your moment. You know, it's just you up there.
Yeah. It's a good showcase of personality. Let's go, Sarah. Nice.
The fight on these deadlifts, really impressive this session. Platform 3, we're looking at the scoreboard, and we see Jace Zachary and a few lifters has put in a national record attempt, 273. Will be coming up there.
CG, 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 CG.
Big love for this NUPL lifter.
And a hush falls over the crowd. Ah! That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. That's all right.
Tough workout there. Final 2 deadlifts. Platform 3 for these lifters who have worked for months in the 67.5 kilo weight class comes down to 2 deadlifts.
Fernanda finishing strong. She's had a good day. I know she should be very proud of herself.
Candler Robinson, if he was in contention for medal, probably would have gone up to 273 to match Jesse, but he's in 6th place, so I think he's just trying to pull his first 600-pound deadlift, because why not, right?
Yeah. You get all the
Well,
way
he
over
actually
here.
could finish 4th if he makes this.
Mm-hmm. He just can't catch first.
It's all right, man.
It will have to come another day.
It's not there today.
Victory lap now for Jace, who's locked in 1st place. Doesn't matter whether he makes or misses this 273-pound American record.
And we got our bench record holder here on platform 2, Haley Clayton.
Yeah, Haley will wrap up a 9-for-9 day and gold medal with this.
Let me see it, Haley. Let me see it, Haley. That's all right. That's all right.
Huge day for her nonetheless. National champion, Haley Clayton.
8 for 9, and she nabbed that squat record as well as that bench record.
Takes just a moment on platform 3. We have to get the micro loads there to get the bar exactly to 273 and get different referees in the chair.
Woo! Let's go, Jace.
He wants the crowd. He wants your energy. Cajuns, are you watching at home?
I hear the fanfare. I hear the bugle. Let's go. Yes, sir.
Unreal.
One.
Jace.
Good
Ooh, watch
lift.
out for the camera. Watch out for the camera. Okay. I know that's right, bro. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
crown me. Crown me. Wow, okay.
All right, bro. King's home.
We will
King's
crown
home.
you.
Stacy also going for an American national record attempt right here. She is going to be one of our last pulls of the day, along with Macy.
Last attempt at this weight was so close.
Is it there? Pull through, pull through, pull through. It's good.
Yeah.
Success, Stacy. National record, but will she be upset by Macy?
Macy's going to put it in an attempt change here to chip that. She
Can't
goes to
take the same weight,
196 and a half.
She just pulls a Haley and was like, nah, I don't want to chip it. I want to go 10 over. Okay.
This is our last deadlift of session 1. Stay with us for Macy. Trying for the upset to take this American record home. One more for the Midland team. There's head coach there, Tim Anderson.
Yeah, so this is a
Let's
big
go,
jump
Macy.
for her.
We love our seniors. I know that's right, Gino. Up.
such a
not there.
fight. Everything she had. Everything she had.
Hey, these athletes left it all on the platform, and they'll do it again in session 2.
Congrats to Stacy, by the way, for locking in that record. Well deserved.
Yeah, some good deadlifting to end out the session here today. We will return, of course, for another session and then one more after that tonight. You know what time that next session starts?
It should be 1:30 p.m. Yeah, so coming up in a little bit. Guys, I want to thank you both for being with everyone through this, commentating, watching this lift, supporting these lifters. Just amazing.
Yeah, and we want to thank everybody who tuned in to listen, and thank you for supporting your favorite lifters in collegiate powerlifting. Hopefully you come back to support some more sessions and some more lifters.
USA Powerlifting will be back in 30 minutes.
Yeah, have a good day.